Chapter 2750, Insurmountable Opponent. Chapter 2750, Insurmountable Opponent. No way, can't hold on anymore. This kind of cultivation, I can't see any hope at all. Too strong. Strong, until it makes people despair. Could it be that Brother Yi is a wooden head? After a series of failures, he can actually endure. In the number 10 cultivation room, wailing sounds were continuous. The opponent was too strong. They despaired greatly. Yi Yuan's improvement stimulated these people. They came to the number 1 cultivation room to cultivate one after another. The cultivation room was very big, enough to accommodate hundreds of people. The opponent that they chose was all the 1,000th place West A.N. Jishian. But even if it was the 1,000th place, they ended up being thrashed brutally too, being abused time and again. This was not a good experience. They discovered to their dismay that no matter how hard they worked, it was impossible to surpass SW A.N. Jishian. Even if W.A.N. Jishian was in the state of Jade Sovereign Heaven. However, at the thought of how Yi Yuan could actually fight over 200 matches in a row, they could not help but admire Yi Yuan even more. Cultivation required confidence, too. Consecutive losses after fighting and going on a constant losing streak, this kind of high-intensity cultivation was not what everyone could persevere with. However, there was a figure that remained persistent in the grand array. Saint Exalt Big Yellow. At this time, Big Yellow returned to his original form, teetering on his feet under W.A. and Jishiun's heavy pressure. He looked like he was about to lose. They had already fought close to 100 matches. Big Yellow lost all of them without exception. Big Stupid Bull, you're a little stronger than those guys, but you're still too dumb. This kind of cultivation doesn't hold much significance to you. Better to give up. W.A.N. Jishiun dealt Big Yellow a palm casually and said with enough strength left to spare. Big Yellow gritted his teeth and said, I know that I'm stupid, but I can't give up. Giving up here. I'll never be able to keep up with Master Ye's footsteps anymore. W.A.N. Jishiun said in surprise, Is this Master Yi that you speak of very formidable? Big Yellow said, Of course he's very formidable. He's even more formidable than you. W.A.N. Jishiun snorted coldly and smacked Big Yellow flying with a palm and said, You people, each is weaker than the other. How strong can he be? Big Yellow did not care and crawled to his feet and said, Half a month ago, he already won the 100th place Sun Chi. Do you think he's strong or not? A hint of surprise flashed across W.A.N. Jishiun's beautiful eyes, and she said, He actually defeated Sun Chi. Big Yellow nodded and said, That was still the battle result of half a month ago. Now, he must have walked even further. W.A.N. Xian said disdainfully, The top 100 powerhouses, each is more monstrous than the last. Do you really think that it's so easy to win? Big Yellow did not explain either, continuing to practice. Over here, many people could not take this kind of high-intensity cultivation and returned to the number 1 cultivation room again to watch Yi Yuan cultivate. The moment they came, they could not help jumping in fright. This is Chiu Chen, who is 89th place. So fast. It's only been a short half a month. Younger brother, Yi directly challenged 10 people. Already? Impossible. He must have directly skipped the 10 people in front. You all look, it's just a few moves, and he already can't hold on anymore. The 2 people's gap is too big. At this time, the opponent that Yi Yuan was fighting was Chiu Chen, who was ranked 89th. The cultivation room did not limit the opponents to challenge. Cultivators could challenge anyone at any time. Of course, if the opponent that you chose was too strong, It was basically the outcome of being one shot. There would be no cultivation effect at all, wasting heavenly crystals in vain. This cultivation room consumed a lot of heavenly crystals. Yi Yuan was not immensely wealthy and could not afford such consumption either. Bang! In the sword formation, Qiu Chen struck a palm out, directly shattering Yi Yuan's sword formation. Yi Yuan spurted a mouthful of fresh blood wildly, flying out backward. Merely 10 moves from start to end, this Qiu Chen's strength was much stronger than Sun Qi's. Qiu Chen was the strongest opponent that Yi Yuan encountered in this half a month. In Jade, Sovereign Heaven realm, his strength was powerful until it made people despair. This guy was strong all the way from Jade Sovereign Heaven to Saint Sovereign Heaven. In reality, these heavens chosen were already extremely powerful before Saint Sovereign Heaven. But after entering the Labyrinth Divine Palace, these people became even more monstrous. The Labyrinth Divine Palace's reputation as the #1 great sect was no joke. But this Qiu Chen was clearly already freakishly powerful at Jade Sovereign Heaven. Compared to the rest, his improvement in Saint Sovereign Heaven was not that great. You are too weak. Qiu Chen appeared very haughty and cold as he said coolly. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and did not speak. This cultivation room could even project the personalities of these geniuses back then. There was naturally no need to get angry with an illusion. What he wanted to do was beat the opponent. This Qiu Chen was indeed amazingly talented, being at the Middle Jade Sovereign Heaven realm. He was actually 5 laws transformation. Furthermore, he already cultivated to the realm of grand completion 4th form. Yi Yuan reckoned that Qiu Chen's ranking in Jade Sovereign Heaven might be even stronger than the 50th place. However, he did not plan on changing opponents. Yi Yuan had his own pride too. Younger brother Yi, it isn't very effective for you to challenge by skipping like this. It's better to do it routinely. By the side, the Saint Exalt Sky Fortune, who was finished being abused, urged. Yi Yuan was taken aback and knew that the other party was mistaken and said with a smile, "There's no harm." Finished saying, he meditated to regulate his breathing for a moment and entered battle again. With 13 moves, defeated again. Fighting again. 12 moves, defeated again. Round after round, it was as if Yi Yuan did not know exhaustion, continuing to fight like a moth flying into the fire. When Saint Exalt Sky Fortune saw the situation, he shook his head slightly and said, "This opponent is too strong. There's no meaning in younger brother Yi persisting like this." By the side, Saint Exalt Purple Sun smiled and said, "Younger brother Yi is peerlessly talented and arrogant at heart and haughty in manner. He can't accept this fact. But this opponent, he really chose wrongly." Saint Exalt Sky Fortune nodded and said, 5 laws transformation, grand completion 4th form. This kind of attainment is virtually invincible in Jade Sovereign Heaven. Cultivating to grand completion Jade Sovereign Heaven, it's likely that he won't be in a disadvantageous position in the slightest when facing off with us. This kind of genius is too difficult to Serpa S. Saint Sovereign Heaven versus Jade Sovereign Heaven. That was absolutely overpowering. Even if one reached half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven, they were also not a foe that could last one exchange with a Saint Sovereign Heaven. This was the difference in level. It was not what a bit of rule power could change. But even these Saint Sovereign Heavens, acknowledged Qiu Chen's strength. It could be seen how strong he was. Actually, even if he loses to the opponent, it's not some shameful thing either. Younger brother, he is already strong enough. Saint Exalt Purple Sun said, "Yeah, the Labyrinth Divine Palace's disparity is seriously too powerful. I can't even last 3 moves with the 1000th place WANG Shiun. This kind of disparity, it can only make people give rise to despair in their hearts. It's not even what one can call as cultivation or training at all. These people had already accepted reality. The labyrinth divine palace's disciples were too strong. They were from completely different worlds from these labyrinth divine palace disciples. Yi Yuan really encountered a formidable foe this time. In the land of exile, he had once encountered the 5 laws Han Yi, but this Qiu Chen was much stronger than Han Yi, a lesser sublime heavenly stratum's 5 laws, and a jade sovereign heavenly stratum's 5 laws were totally different concepts. Because he was defeated too quickly, the matches were carried out quickly too. Over 30 matches. The longest that Yi Yuan lasted was merely 20 moves. His transformed swords were frail until they could not withstand a single hit in front of Qiu Chen. I advise that you don't need to struggle anymore. I'm an opponent that you won't be able to surmount. Apart from obliterating your willpower, there's no cultivation effect for you like this at all. Qiu Chen stood with his hands behind his back as he said haughtily, Chapter 2751, Fourth Form, Counterattack. Chapter 2751, Fourth Form, Counterattack. Insurmountable opponent. Ho-ho, you're thinking too highly of yourself. Yi Yuan said with a light laugh. Qiu Chen looked at Yi Yuan coolly and said, the pride of a weakling doesn't have the slightest use. Even if you don't admit it, it's impossible for you to last more than 20 moves in my hands. This is an undeniable fact. Is that so? Then watch closely. As he said, Yi Yuan sat down cross-legged and instantly entered a meditative state. Qiu Chen curled his mouth and turned his nose up at this. It was not just him. Saint Exalt Purple Sun and the rest who were by the side also could not help shaking their heads. They acknowledged that Yi Yuan was peerlessly talented, but compared to this one in front of him, he was still far too lacking. Saying this sort of words at this time did not have the slightest meaning apart from puffing himself up at his own cost. Saying ruthless words, if you had the strength, that was called a counterattack. Saying ruthless words, if you did not have the strength, that was called keeping up appearance to cover up the predicament. Clearly, the current Yi Yuan belonged to the latter. But this time, Yi Yuan was not in a hurry to regulate his breathing. Around him, 3 kinds of rule power were gradually spreading out, converging and combining. A bud broke out of the ground in front of Yi Yuan. The bud grew up at a speed visible to the naked eye and germinated very quickly, growing into a sapling. Qiu Chen was the first to discover the anomaly, and his brows could not help knitting together tightly. Saint Sovereign Purple Sun and the rest of the Saint Sovereign Heavens also gradually detected the unusualness. The power of rule around Yi Yuan was currently growing strongly as if continuous heavy rain nories. Plussing the sapling to grow. Could it be Saint Exalt Purple Sun's pupils constricted slightly as he said? As if affirming his guess, the sapling continued growing and became a half-human height small tree. This was the 3rd form. Many tender green branches grew on the young tree. Very soon, the power of rule around Yi Yuan reached a bottleneck. The young tree sapling also stopped growing. Everyone knew that Yi Yuan reached the final juncture of breakthrough. Shatter! Suddenly, Yi Yuan roared, his eyes snapping open. His aura suddenly skyrocketed. Sword, formation, S, P, A, C, 3 great power of rules. They seemed to have breached the floodgate all of a sudden, flooding out frantically. The 3 power of rules broke through to the 4th level at the same time. Saint Exalt Purple Sun's entire body trembled, and he cried out in surprise, really broke through. Furthermore, it's 3 great rules breaking the walls at the same time. It's just that the fusion of the 4th level of rule power breakthrough was one thing. Fusion was another thing. After breaking through, The balance of great Tao transformation was broken and needed to be fused anew. In Sublime Realm, the power of rules was far from as powerful as Sovereign Realm. Fusing it was relatively easier, but reaching Sovereign Realm, the difficulty of fusion was not an ordinary kind of hard. But the three great power of rules circled around Yi Yuan rapidly, forming a large-scale grinding disk. That grinding disk linked the three great rules from end to end and started spinning. The small tree that had originally stopped growing started growing wildly again. This time, the young tree grew very crazily. Very soon, it grew to a human-height small tree. The branches also gradually grew out, and the tree leaves became lush. It fused. Saint Exalt Purple Sun stared dumbfoundedly. How on earth did this guy do it? This talent is also too monstrous. Saint Exalt Sky Fortune swallowed his saliva and said, they were still looking down on Yi Yuan earlier, but in a blink of an eye, they had their faces slapped. Not only did Yi Yuan not crumble under Qiu Chen's powerful pressure, but he also broke the fourth level barrier instead and broke through. Breaking through was fine. Yi Yuan even fused it right away. He didn't comprehend the rules one at a time, but he comprehended three together. This kind of comprehension method, the difficulty is more than 100 times of comprehending three independently on their own. But the advantage is that once he broke through, he can fuse it right away and reach the transformed fourth state. Qiu Chen suddenly opened his mouth at this time and said, everyone was extremely shocked when they heard. Comprehending three at the same time, what kind of monstrous comprehension ability was this? What was even more frightening was that this guy's comprehension speed was also too fast. In just a short half a month, this guy actually broke through to the fourth form. Already finished fusing, Yi Yuan slowly stood up. The All-Incompa Sing Sacred Tree's fourth form immediately turned into one flying sword after another and revolved around Yi Yuan. The fourth form, the flying swords that Yi Yuan was able to control, directly rose to 108. Furthermore, the power of each flying sword rivaled heavenly spirit treasures too. At this time, his essence, energy, and spirit immediately rose to the peak. Qiu Chen looked at him and said, coolly, even if you broke through to the fourth form, you're not my match either. Yi Yuan was indifferent and similarly said, coolly, so what? You're merely my sparring opponent. That's all. I'll eventually SSU finished saying, Yi Yuan guided with his divine essence. 108 flying swords charged toward Qiu Chen in an instant. At this time, the power of the sword formation increased more than 10 times compared to just now. Even Qiu Chen's face revealed a solemn look too, only to see his palm tense up. 5 flying knives shot out fiercely and clashed together, with Yi Yuan's 108 flying swords. This time, Qiu Chen was going all out. This was also the powerful aspect of the Labyrinth Divine Palace. The opponent of this training ground was highly intelligent. They would attack according to the opponent's strength. Actually, it was more like guiding and sparring with the younger generation. It was just that Purple Sun, and the rest were seriously too weak. Hence, they were unable to force out all of the Heaven's Chosen strength at all. Otherwise, with the strength of these Heaven's Chosen, Purple Sun, they all would have long died. This battle was clearly fought much more trepidatiously. Both sides fought all the way beyond 100 moves before Qiu Chen breached Yi Yuan's sword formation with his flying knives and defeated Yi Yuan. This was absolutely a huge improvement. Before this, Yi Yuan did not even make it past 20 moves. However, this was just the beginning. Having just broken through, Yi Yuan's application of the fourth form and his control over the sword formation had not been mastered to the extent of perfection yet. Hence, he continued challenging Qiu Chen over and over again. From 100 moves, fighting until 200 moves, then onto 500 moves. Both sides' battle became more and more tense. Purple Sun and the rest wished to find a hole in the ground to burrow into as they watched by the side. This improvement was really too fast. Yi Yuan's improvement speed was like a straight line. It would never turn a corner. 3 months later, Yi Yuan fought Qiu Chen again. After more than 300 moves, a streak of sword light that Yi Yuan controlled broke through the blockade of the 5 flying knives bizarrely and pierced right through Qiu Chen. Yi Yuan won. Yi Yuan looked at Qiu Chen and said with a smile, "Insurmountable opponent, I've said you today." Qiu Chen's haughty face seemed a little sullenly angry. The words that he said more than 3 months ago, he had his face ruthlessly slapped at this moment. What was even more aggravating was that Yi Yuan's current 4th form had merely just reached the realm of minor accomplishment, while his 5 laws transformation was already perfected, which was also to say that it was actually equivalent to Yi Yuan jumping realms and defeating him. His pride was completely crushed at this moment. 3 months ago, Yi Yuan was still a weakling that could not last more than 20 moves at his hands. 3 months later, Yi Yuan already thoroughly completed the outperforming. In Jade's sovereign heaven this realm, he was no longer Yi Yuan's match. A Purple Sun and Sky Fortune and the rest exchanged glances, shocked until it was incapable of increasing further. This also meant that as long as Yi Yuan reached grand completion Jade's sovereign heaven, his combat power would no longer be inferior to theirs. Chapter 2752, Strength Soaring. Chapter 2752, Strength Soaring. Really won. I really dare not believe it. From not lasting more than 20 moves to successfully counterattack, could it be that this guy's potential has no end? To think that we were still ridiculing him previously, what a joke. Perhaps this is a true genius. Saint Exalt Purple Sun gave a long sigh and admitted his own superficialness. They had ruled the rain-clear continent for tens of thousands of years and had seen before D knew how many geniuses. But those geniuses were simply like the firefly versus the bright moon in front of Yi Yuan. The disparity was too great. The impact of Yi Yuan winning Sun Qi a month ago was not as strong as currently too, because they understood that the Jade Sovereign Heaven Sun Qi was not even worthy of carrying Qiu Chen's shoes. One was outstanding among Jade Sovereign Heavens, but the other could rival Saint Sovereign Heavens. The gap was not imaginable, but Yi Yuan completed a virtually impossible counterattack in a short 3.5 months' time. Qiu Chen looked at Yi Yuan and said with a cold snort, "Beating me in Jade's sovereign heaven doesn't mean anything. The ranking in this cultivation room is the ranking of Saint Sovereign Heaven, Jade Sovereign Heaven. To Saint Sovereign Heaven is a massive threshold. Do you really think that you're remarkable?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Relax. After I break through to Saint Sovereign Heaven, I'll come again." Done talking, Yi Yuan walked out of the battlefield and started regulating his breathing to recover. However, he did not continue challenging the powerhouses in front, but chose to continue fighting with Qiu Chen. Although he won Qiu Chen, his combat power was just about on par with Qiu Chen. Sure enough, in the following practices, the two people had wins and losses. But along with the Sage of Time, Yi Yuan's superiority gradually became clear. By the time Yi Yuan's 4th form broke through to the realm of major accomplishment, Qiu Chen was no longer his match anymore. Completely cruise. Plussing Qiu Chen also made everyone sigh endlessly. This was a rocket-like road to rise. After taking care of Qiu Chen, Yi Yuan continued challenging the powerhouses in front. Saint Exalt Purple Sun discovered to their surprise that Yi Yuan actually crushed all the way. Only all the way until the 64th place did Yi Yuan encounter an opponent that was evenly matched in strength. Only then did they know that it turned out they were mistaken about Yi Yuan. It was not that Yi Yuan skipped opponents. He really charged over all the way according to the rankings. In a blink, 3 years Pa-S said. 3 years' time was merely a transient instant to these Saint Sovereign Heavens and Jade Sovereign Heavens, but they were demoralized from watching Yi Yuan fight until no part of their body was unhurt. After Qiu Chen, Yi Yuan charged all the way to 47th place. For 3 years, Yi Yuan did not sleep nor rest, entering a crazed cultivation state. It was not that he did not encounter powerful opponents during this. On the contrary, there were too many powerful opponents. Those able to enter the Labyrinth Divine Palace would not be mediocre people even in their Jade Sovereign Heaven era. Each of these people was Peerless Heaven's chosen. Many people were the same as Qiu Chen, Thraz, H.I. plusing Yi Yuan in the beginning. But Yi Yuan became braver in the face of setbacks, suffering repeated defeats, with each battle finally cruce. H.I. plusing his opponent. No matter how strong his opponent was, how miserably he was defeated, it was unable to shake his resolve to become strong. Furthermore, he harbored the resolve of certain death to fight each battle. During the battles with the 51st place, Xiao Yuesheng, Yi Yuan fought with the opponent until both sides suffered heavy wounds more than 10 times. He was seriously injured on the verge of death. But each time after recovering, he would throw himself into battle right away. That battle was fought until everyone was profoundly affected and on constant tenterhooks. But in the end, Yi Yuan finally broke through the realm of fourth form major accomplishment in the midst of battle and reached the pinnacle realm. Great Tao transformation fourth form. Every step forward was immensely difficult, especially at the juncture of each minor realm wanting to break through 3 Daos at the same time. The difficulty could be imagined. But Yi Yuan attained frenzied advancement in the midst of crazed battles. 3 years later, the cultivation abruptly stopped. It was not that Yi Yuan did not want to cultivate, but that all of the heavenly crystals had already been exhausted. Although this kind of cultivation method was fast, maintaining the operation of the cultivation room consumed a lot of heavenly crystals too. Cultivating this entire way, Yi Yuan had really never lacked heavenly crystals before. Over these several hundred years, the heavenly crystals he ACCU lacked were rather considerable, but these heavenly crystals had long been wiped out a year ago. During this period of more than 1 year, Yi Yuan practically squeezed the heavenly crystals of these powerhouses present dry. With this, it was completely gone. Seeing the light of the cultivation room go out, Saint Exalt Purple Sun sighed emotionally and said, "It's finally expended entirely. If the heavenly crystals were sufficient, can he cultivate to Saint Exalt Heaven in one go?" Sky Fortune deeply felt that way too and said with a nod, "Very likely. Could it be that this guy doesn't know fatigue? How powerful a willpower is needed to be able to not sleep or rest for 3 years? This guy is asleep. It's not that he wasn't tired, but that he was using willpower to overcome it." While talking, Yi Yuan fell to the ground and slept. The moment he stopped being tense, he could not hold on anymore as well. Sky Fortune shook his head and said, "Really a terrifying opponent. I feel that the Pill Alliance has probably provoked the wrong person." Everyone exchanged glances, all seeing the shock in the other's eyes. This guy was too crazy. Cultivating 3 years without sleeping or resting, it was naturally nothing to a heavenly stratum powerhouse. But even if it was a heavenly stratum powerhouse, their vigor was limited too. Under such a high-intensity situation, to cultivate for 3 years straight, the vast majority of people would go insane. Few people would be able to last. But Yi Yuan held on. During these 3 years, Yi Yuan's realm already reached peak middle jade, sovereign heaven under the opponent's tempering. He was only missing a little bit before he could enter upper jade, sovereign heaven. Of course, the greatest improvement was still his power of rules. His great Tao transformation already reached peak fourth form. Right now, even if he did not utilize a grand mistreasure, he was close to invincible within Jade Sovereign Heaven Realm too. Unless he ran into Heaven's chosen like the Labyrinth Divine Palace's disciples. Once he utilized a grand mistreasure, even if he matched up against a Saint Sovereign Heaven, he could fight too. Yi Yuan slept for 10 days and nights. When he woke up, he discovered that everyone had already gathered here. Big Yellow was currently guarding him. Yi Yuan stared at Big Yellow and said with a smile, "Not bad. It seems like you improved quite a bit." Big Yellow smiled bashfully and said, "Compared to Master Yi, it's still too far off." Yi Yuan said, "Made it to which checkpoint?" 998th place. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said, "Not bad. These heavens chosen, their strength is actually not uniform in Jade Sovereign Heaven Realm. But the Saint Sovereign Heaven ranking is the real deal for you to be able to promote 3 places. It's already rather impressive." Big Yellow chuckled, quite pleased with himself. These 3 years, Big Yellow also cultivated like he went crazy. In reality, there were many times when he could not persevere anymore. But each time he could not persevere, he would come to the number 1 cultivation room. Seeing Yi Yuan be even crazier than him, his drive would kick in. During these 3 years, he only had one thought. It was to keep up with Yi Yuan's footsteps to the best of his ability. Otherwise, he would not have the qualifications to follow Yi Yuan one day. And this day would not be too far away. The cultivation would automatically record the strength of powerhouses and eliminate the last place. Currently, at the number 10 cultivation room, at the 998th place, there was already Big Yellow's projection. Chapter 2753, Frivolous Life Like a Dream. Chapter 2753, Frivolous Life Like a Dream. Yi Yuan turned around to look at the number 1 cultivation room and said rather regretfully, "It's a shame. There are not enough heavenly crystals. If I could go out after cultivating to grand completion fourth form, I would be much more confident in dealing with the Pill Alliance." When the others heard, they could not help being speechless. There was only this person who treated this place as paradise, right? If it were others, they would have long been demoralized by these peerless heavens chosen powerhouses until they did not even have the desire to cultivate any longer. Although Big Yellow was decent, he basically had no hope of charging into the top 100. Sometimes, it was not what effort could achieve. When your talent reached a bottleneck, it was useless no matter how hard you worked. But talent plus hard work, that was terrifying. Yi Yuan was precisely this sort of person. Very soon, Yi Yuan led everyone and left the Labyrinth Divine Palace. Over several hundred powerhouses entered, but at this time, there were only slightly more than 100 people left. However, following Yi Yuan, these 100 people made great harvests. Younger brother Yi, there's nothing else to say. When the time comes, we'll definitely go all out at your word of command. Saint Exalt Purple Sun cupped his fists and said, these few years, they had ceased the idea of opposing Yi Yuan. This guy was even more terrifying than Zhuo Bufan back then. Opposing him, the outcome would be very tragic. Furthermore, entering the Labyrinth Divine Palace this time, Yi Yuan helped them out a lot. They would definitely be able to improve further after going back this time and entering closed seclusion. With Saint Exalt Purple Sun making known his position, the other Saint Sovereign Heavens were extremely grateful to Yi Yuan too. Yi Yuan nodded and said, when the time comes, I'll still have to trouble everyone. Everyone Leave first. This Yi still has matters to attend to and won't be seeing everyone off. Everyone knew that this heaven-span world was Yi Yuan's hometown. Hence, they naturally did not stay either, directly leaving. After everyone left heaven-fragmented continent, Yi Yuan flipped his palm. A crystal-clear bottle appeared in his hand. This small bottle contained precisely the Void Snap Immortal Condensation. Void Snap Immortal Condensation was a natural treasure that could strengthen the origin divinity. After Jade Sovereign Heaven, the key to break through was the origin divinity. Origin divinity communicated with heaven and earth and comprehended great Tao. If the origin divinity was not strong enough, it was extremely hard to break through Saint Sovereign Heaven. And this was also precisely one of the reasons why Saint Sovereign Heavens were few in numbers. Yen Jade True most likely wanted the Void Snap Immortal Condensation in order to break through to true Sovereign Heaven. Senior, this frivolous life like a dream, is it really useful? While talking, Yi Yuan had another small bottle in his hand containing a S of transparent liquid inside. Frivolous life like a dream. The name sounded very beautiful, but it was a kind of extremely formidable poison. This poison did not target the physical body. It only targeted the origin divinity. Poisons that could target the origin divinity were very rare. Refining them was extremely difficult too, but once inflicted, it would be like a bone-infesting maggot being difficult to eradicate, unless one encountered a top-level heavenly alchemist. Otherwise, it would be difficult for immortals to cure it. Not only did Yi Yuan find the Void Snap Immortal Condensation in the Treasure Depository Pavilion, but he also found this frivolous life like a dream. Kid, it's also that you're lucky. If you don't have this frivolous life like a dream, you really wouldn't be able to do anything to that guy, and can only be taken advantage of fully by him. Relax. Even if that whatever pill Alliance's Alliance Chief comes, he can't cure the frivolous life like a dream poison too. The strength of the Labyrinth Divine Palace's heavenly alchemists isn't what you can imagine. Mi Tian said confidently. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and dripped a drop of frivolous life like a dream into the Void Snap Immortal Condensation. The Void Snap Immortal Condensation was, as usual, frivolous life like a dream was colorless and tasteless. Even Yi Yuan was unable to detect its existence too. That Yen Jade True concealed extremely deeply and understands my abilities very well too. He likely won't believe me so easily. Yi Yuan said with a frown. That's easy. Cultivate the divine emergence to the second level. Your soul force will directly break through rank 5 and reach the level of Saint Sovereign Heaven. At that time, purging this frivolous life like a dream with the divine emergence's secret arts isn't something difficult, although the frivolous life like a dream is formidable when matching up against the divine emergence. It's a level worse. Mi Tian said. When Yi Yuan heard that, his eyes could not help lighting up. With this, he really had no worries anymore. Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Yuan had big yellow stand guard, and he started cultivating the second level of divine emergence. Divine emergence's power naturally went without saying. Yi Yuan had long already cultivated the first level to the realm of grand completion. His origin divinity already reached peak Jade Sovereign Heaven long ago. It was even stronger than peak Jade Sovereign Heaven. As long as he successfully cultivated the second level, the origin divinity reaching the level of Saint Sovereign Heaven was virtually inevitable. Yi Yuan sat down cross-legged. In his sea of consciousness, his chaos origin divinity started operating the divine emergence's second level cultivation method. A powerful origin divinity undulation quietly released. This is chaos origin divinity, What a powerful origin divinity undulation. It's likely significantly stronger when compared to even ordinary peak jade sovereign heavens. After he cultivates to grand completion jade sovereign heaven, breaking through to saint sovereign heaven will simply happen naturally without additional effort. When the big yellow by the side saw this, he could not help being speechless. When other people were breaking through to saint sovereign heaven, it was a game of death, and they might not be able to break through either. But Yi Yuan was amazing. Other people's bottleneck did not exist for him at all. With chaos origin divinity plus this powerful origin divinity undulation, breaking through to saint sovereign heaven had practically become inevitable. There were extremely few cultivation methods to cultivate the origin divinity. Even if there were, it would not have a real effect either. With the help of heavenly medicines, reaching grand completion jade sovereign heaven was not hard. The hard part was the origin divinity cultivating to the realm of grand completion at the same time too. In reality, the origin divinity realm of more martial artists was far lower than their cultivation realm. Therefore, it was virtually impossible for them to break through to saint sovereign heaven, the true grade precious jade, heavenly sacred pill that Yi Yuan refined for Big Yellow and the rest previously. It was actually forcefully comprehending heavenly Tao and letting those people's origin divinities rise to a higher level. That was how they succeeded in one stroke. Of course, this was also because the origin divinity realms of Big Yellow and the rest were up to par. That was why there was this effect. If it were others, even if there was the true grade precious jade, heavenly sacred pill, it might not work too. Yi Yuan's cultivation lasted half a year. On this day, Yi Yuan's origin divinity undulation suddenly skyrocketed. The sky above heaven fragmented continent, thunder was faintly rolling. Big Yellow's expression suddenly changed, and he looked toward Yi Yuan in amazement. This, his origin divinity realm directly broke through to saint sovereign heaven. This kind of breakthrough was too fantastical. When other people were breaking through, it was the cultivation realm that reached first and the origin divinity lagging behind. Yi Yuan was good. His cultivation realm was just peak middle jade sovereign heaven, but his origin divinity actually directly reached saint sovereign heaven. With such a powerful origin divinity, even if Yi Yuan did not use any martial techniques, one origin divinity attack would directly instantly kill a jade sovereign heaven. Freak. 2D. A. M. and freakies. H. Plus, how could there be such a freakish person in this world? Uffed. Suddenly, Yi Yuan spurted large mouthfuls of blood. His entire person started swaying too. Big Yellow's expression changed, and he said, I am, and his cultivation realm is too low and can't bear a saint sovereign heaven's origin divinity. Relax, he won't die. This kid's potential is huge. Big Yellow was just about to go up, but was stopped by Tian. And at this time, a shocking dragon might rose to the sky from Yi Yuan's body. Roar. Yi Yuan emitted a shocking dragon roar from his mouth. His aura was also rising frantically. Chapter 2754. Battle Spirit, Level Chaos, True Spirit. Chapter 2754. Battle Spirit, Level Chaos, True Spirit. Roar. Above the void, the phantom of an enormous dragon soared into the sky and traversed above the clouds, glimmering and fading indeterminately. That giant dragon seemed to have come out of ancient times, its aura boundless. When Big Yellow saw it, he actually had an impulse to prostrate in wars. I plus P. One had to know he was a saint sovereign heaven powerhouse. No matter how strong Yi Yuan's bloodline power was, it should not give him this kind of feeling too. Ho-hoo, this kid finally returned to chaos. Tian could not help laughing. Big Yellow's expression changed, and he said in shock, "Senior, could this be Chaos True Spirit?" Tian said, "That's right. This boy's bloodline power is extremely strong, but he was still a hair's breadth away from Chaos True Spirit. Now, he finally crossed over." Big Yellow sucked in a breath of cold air. Others did not know what Chaos True Spirit meant, but he knew. In their lineage, the Chaos Heavenly Bull was a genuine Chaos True Spirit. But even if he cultivated to Saint Sovereign Heaven now, there was still a huge gap away from the bloodline power of a Chaos True Spirit. Bloodline power represented potential. It represented the future. A mature Chaos Heavenly Bull's strength could reach the realm of Hegemon. And for Big Yellow, without Yi Yuan's heavenly pill that triggered Great Tao and helped him to improve bloodline power, it was impossible for him to reach Saint Sovereign Heaven in this life too. This was disparity. Yi Yuan awakened his Chaos True Spirit bloodline. As long as he cultivated according to routine, becoming a Hegemon in the future was virtually a sure bet. When Tian saw how Big Yellow looked, he smiled and said, "You're thinking too much. Chaos bloodline has different levels too. What Yi Yuan awakened is merely the lowest level battle spirit level Chaos bloodline. Of course, even if it's the lowest rank battle spirit level Chaos bloodline, there's virtually no bottleneck in him cultivating to true Sovereign Heaven anymore. Furthermore, if he uses the Dragon Race martial techniques now, the power will be more than 10 times stronger than before. Under his full power eruption, it won't be much weaker than his power of rules." Big Yellow opened his mouth wide and could not help being speechless. True Sovereign Heaven. Even if he broke through to Saint Sovereign Heaven, he really did not dare to think about this realm before. That was too distant. What all of the Saint Sovereign Heavens on this rain-clear continent were thinking was transcending Saint Sovereign Tao tribulation a few more times. True Sovereign Heaven. That was not possible. Boom. That illusory giant dragon suddenly rushed down from above the ninth heaven and smashed right into Yi Yuan's body. Yi Yuan's cultivation realm broke through the bottleneck in one stroke, reaching Upper Jade Sovereign Heaven. The bloodline power within his body was surging crazily. His aura was still rising crazily. Finally, it stopped at peak Upper Jade Sovereign Heaven. However, Yi Yuan's greatest harvest was still his physical strength. His physical body already reached the realm of half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven, sufficient to accommodate the origin divinity that exceeded his body's limits. Yi Yuan felt that every pore on his body was currently teeming with power. "Big Yellow, come fight." Suddenly, Yi Yuan erupted and rushed toward Big Yellow. Big Yellow could not help laughing when he heard that and said, "Master Yi, you aren't my match, no? Amen?" With regards to Yi Yuan's action that overestimated his own ability, he was disdainful in his heart. But very soon his expression changed. Yi Yuan threw a punch out. The void actually brought out strong undulations. A powerful to the extreme Great Tao undulation erupted from his fist. This was the unique aura belonging to Saint Sovereign Heavens. 9 Heavens Dragon Transformation Fist. But at this time, the power of the 9 Heavens Dragon Transformation Fist actually made even Big Yellow feel threatened. This punch could kill a Saint Sovereign Heaven. Big Yellow's expression changed wildly, and a pair of bull horns suddenly thrust out. Surging bull fury. Boom. In a flash, the two had a frontal confrontation. Yi Yuan felt a tremendous force transmit over, and his body shot back involuntarily, withdrawing 10,000 feet away. Ha 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 again! Amidst the loud laughter, Yi Yuan did not rest either. Russ. Plussing in again. Boom. 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 2 afterimages fought from the ground to the sky, the speed being inconceivably fast. Each of the two people's punches met with flesh, fighting until the void trembled heavily. Big Yellow was immensely shocked in his heart. Was this the power of a chaos true spirit? One had to know, although he did not employ the coquettish profligate hoof. After these 3 years of tempering, his combat power improved by more than a level. He was sure that he was absolutely an apex existence among lower Jade sovereign heavens. But now, he actually could not take Yi Yuan down. Furthermore, he discovered that Yi Yuan was using him for practice, familiarizing himself with the control of power. Yi Yuan's fist force, each punch stronger than the last, was indicating that he was currently swiftly familiarizing himself with his own power. Boom! One punch and one hoof separated upon contact. The two people's movements stopped abruptly. Is this the power of a chaos true spirit? Each of your punches seemed to be sent out from chaos. Ordinary lower Saint Sovereign Heavens aren't master yes match at all. Big Yellow said with a sigh. This improvement was also too fast. Yi Yuan had not truly reached Saint Sovereign Heaven yet, but already possessed the combat power of Saint Sovereign Heaven. Such powerful strength took people's breath away in wonder. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Indeed, with the augmentation of bloodline power, the power of the 9 Heavens Dragon Transformation Fist is at least dozens of times stronger than before. This kind of power already doesn't lose to Great Tao Transformation's power of rules. After I break through to Saint Sovereign Heaven, I might not be without the strength to have a battle with Li Chongsheng." Saint Sovereign Heaven, the span was huge. Jumping realms to battle also became extremely difficult. A lower Saint Sovereign Heaven being able to jump realms and fight with a middle Saint Sovereign Heaven was already extremely hard to come across. Fighting with an upper Saint Sovereign Heaven was virtually something impossible. Otherwise, those Saint Sovereign Heavens would not have been so in despair. But Yi Yuan felt that when his 3 Daos reached the realm of Saint Sovereign Heaven at the same time, he might not be without the strength to have a fight. At that time, it would be the day of the decisive battle. All right, everything is prepared. It's also time to go and meet this old friend who has been hiding for so many years. I don't believe that I can't entrap him to death. Yi Yuan gave a cold snort, his killing intent frosty. Entrance of the Pa-S, Sageway. The moment Yi Yuan showed himself, a shadow blocked his way. When Yi Yuan saw the other party, his pupils could not help constricting. The arrival was wearing a long red gown, his face very ferocious. The most important thing was that this guy's body was actually an origin divinity body. However, the other party was extremely strong, powerful until it was suffocating. Even if Yi Yuan's origin divinity broke through to Saint Sovereign Heaven, he was very weak in front of the other party too. The shadow said with a strange laugh, "Jeej, you seem very surprised when you saw this exalt." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Indeed, a little surprised. No wonder you've been hiding behind the scenes all along these few years. It turns out that you've long lost your physical body." This shadow was naturally the Heavenspan Mountain's original master, Jade True Heavenly Sex ancestor, Yen Jade True. Yen Jade True said, "Back then, we 7 great Saint Sovereign Heavens discovered the sacred Civ Mystic realm. Apart from Zhuobufan, we all died under the Labyrinth Divine Palace's restrictions. This exalt couldn't escape this calamity too. However, this exalt relied on the Heavenspan Mountain and left behind a wisp of remnant soul in the end. However, being able to recover to my present realm, I really have to thank this world's fools. Of course, including you too." Yi Yuan's gaze turned cold, and he said, "It turns out that the one truly controlling the Doomsday Battle was you." Chapter 2755. This exalt knows you too well. Chapter 2755. This exalt knows you too well. Of course it's me. Do you think that a puny little, lesser, sublime, heavenly stratum can control all these? He's merely a self-righteous chess piece. That's all. After this exalt escaped, I didn't dare to return to grand bright jade, complete heaven, and can only hide in this small world. After Joubuffon left, this exalt started to set up all these. Although lower realms ants are useless, their divine soul essence is still pretty good. Hence, this exalt killed 3 of this small world's heavenly stratum powerhouses and devoured their origin divinities. Then I used the last of my origin divinity power to completely refine this world, sealed the 2 great Pa-S, sageways with the Heavenspan Mountain, and absorbed the power of a world to restore the Heavenspan Mountain. Then I urged time rule to the extreme and changed the time flow rate of the Heavenspan world. Done with all these, this exalt fell completely into a deep sleep. Under the time acceleration, generations after generations of powerhouses provided countless divine soul essence for this exalt. This exalt's origin divinity also recovered little by little, all the way until the last divine essence. This exalt finally woke up. Ever since then, this exalt could take the initiative to absorb divine soul essence. After this exalt woke up, the Heavenspan Mountain hasn't been restored to its peak state yet, and this exalt state was extremely unstable too and couldn't return to grand bright jade complete heaven. However, after waking up, this exalt discovered something that's a little interesting. Time was actually in disorder. In this world, there was actually someone who could make time disorderly. This means that someone has understood time law and already touched rule. Hence, this exalt discovered you. Discovering you was really an unexpected pleasant surprise. You actually used the heart of Heavenspan to comprehend a heavenly stratum cultivation method that belongs to you. Truly remarkable. Furthermore, as your cultivation method was gradually completed, the Heavenspan Mountain was also continuously recovering, and this exalt's origin divinity was also constantly growing stronger. When you broke through the plain Pa-S, sageway, and ascended to the 33 heavens, not only did this exalt's origin divinity recover to its peak state, but it also even went a step further, reaching grand completion Saint Sovereign Heaven. Yen Jade True did not avoid anything, talking tirelessly about the matter of single-handedly controlling the Heavenspan world, as if he had done something insignificant. But Yi Yuan was burning with rage as he listened. The Heavenspan world's trillions of lives were merely trifles that could be trampled at will in Yen Jade True's eyes. And his road to maturity was actually paving the way for Yen Jade True's recovery. He did not know because at that time he was really too weak. In the eyes of a powerhouse like Yen Jade True, he was an ant. He was a chess piece that could be toyed with at will. Sucking in a deep breath, Yi Yuan's eyes were slightly dark as he said, "So after I ascended, you felt that I could still be made use of, so you linked up the 2 worlds Pa-S sageway and had me bring people in to get the void snap immortal condensation?" Yen Jade True smiled and said, "Not bad. In my eyes, you've always been an inessential chess piece. But I didn't expect that you could actually take the last step and shatter this world's shackles. So I felt that maybe I could continue making use of you a little, because your potential is really great." Yi Yuan corroborated his Tao as heavenly stratum and shattered the firmament with a sword. It might be nothing to the rest of the 33 heavens, but Yen Jade True knew how difficult it was to be able to take this last step. It was not that Yi Yuan would be able to take this step after creating a heavenly stratum cultivation method himself. This small world was already a dilapidated world. The power of rules was all chaotic and completely disjointed from the 33 heavens' heavenly Tao. To everyone in the Heavenspan world, Yen Jade True's actions were tantamount to severing everyone's path to heavenly stratum. But Yi Yuan still did it. This could not be called amazing anymore. ordinary small worlds ascenders, no matter how amazing they were, they would also have to be grandsons when they reached the 33 heavens. Of course, there were exceptions like Zhuobuffan, but Yen Jade True knew that even if Yi Yuan reached the 33 heavens, he would belong to the group of those unrivaled talented powerhouses. The things that Zhuobuffan could not do, he might not be unable to do them. Back then, Zhuobuffan entered the Labyrinth Divine Palace together with them. He actually did not get any benefits, but he did not die and escaped with serious injuries. But Yen Jade True felt that perhaps Yi Yuan could do it. That was why there was this scene today. So, you brought the Void Snap Immortal Condensation? If you don't have it, then there's no meaning for the people related to you to exist anymore. Yen Jade True said with a smile that was not a smile. Yi Yuan had a dark look, and directly threw the small bottle containing the Void Snap Immortal Condensation to the other party. I've brought you the Void Snap Immortal Condensation. Can you let the people go now? Yi Yuan said in a solemn voice. Yen Jade True caught the small bottle, a hint of wild ecstasy flash. Plussing across in his eyes. It was really the Void Snap Immortal Condensation. Back then, he almost lost his life under rank 6 restrictions for the sake of this Void Snap Immortal Condensation. Now, he finally obtained it. This brat actually really accomplished it. Jeej, this exalt indeed didn't misjudge. Something that even Zhuobuffan couldn't do. You accomplished it. Actually, when I saw that those guys didn't die, I knew that you most likely succeeded. Yen Jade True naturally knew about the rest leaving the Heavenspan world. Those Jade Sovereign Heavens going in, they could only be cannon fodders. But what surprised him was that there were actually many Jade Sovereign Heavens who did not die. Yen Jade True opened the small bottle, but threw it to Yi Yuan and said coolly, "You absorb some first." Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, and he said in a solemn voice, "Aren't you a little too cautious? What the H-E-L, a measly little Jade Sovereign Heaven do?" Yen Jade True chuckled and said, "Don't you forget, this exalt watched you grow up. This exalt understands you too well. There were many powerhouses that suck. You, bet in your hands. Enough C-R-A-P, hurry up and absorb." Yi Yuan's heart sank slightly. This guy was indeed extremely careful. Fortunately, he was long prepared. Yi Yuan's expression flickered indeterminately. After hesitating for a moment, he still probed his origin divinity power into the small bottle. However, his current origin divinity undulation was merely at the level of Jade Sovereign Heaven. It was very hard for others to do it, but Yi Yuan cultivated divine emergence, converging his aura was easily accomplished. When Yen Jade True saw the situation, he could not help clicking his tongue and praising Chaos Origin Divinity. In this dilapidated small kiliocosm, you could actually attain a Chaos Origin Divinity, truly not easy. In the wake of Yi Yuan absorbing the Void Snap Immortal Condensation, a power that gladdened the heart and refreshed the mind poured into his origin divinity, he felt as if his origin divinity was like a long drought getting a good rainfall, and started growing stronger under the nourishment of the Void Snap Immortal Condensation. However, Yi Yuan also detected that there was some discordant thing mixed in it. This thing was extremely hidden, if not for him cultivating divine emergence to the second level. There would be no way of detecting it all. It was naturally impossible for the frivolous life like a dream's toxicity to manifest immediately. By the time Yen Jade True discovered it, everything would already be too late. Yi Yuan was not in a hurry to purge the frivolous life like a dream either. This poison was extremely formidable. It was not so easy to deal with. Taking action now would only heighten the other party's vigilance. Seeing Yi Yuan's origin divinity strengthening continuously, Yen Jatru's eyes became even more wildly ecstatic. True sovereign heaven. He finally had hope of reaching this realm. Chapter 2756. Then you have to hurry up and break through. Chapter 2756. Then you have to hurry up and break through. Yen Jatru's soul force was extremely powerful and extremely keen. He had been paying attention to Yi Yuan's every action and movement of absorbing the void snap immortal condensation. There was not the slightest anomaly. Enough. Yen Jatru was overjoyed. An S and a T.C. had the void snap immortal condensation over. This thing was too precious. Using it to probe was okay, but too much would be a waste. This thing was the key that concerned whether or not he could break through to true sovereign heaven. If it was used up by Yi Yuan, how would he still break through to true sovereign heaven? Yi Yuan looked at Yen Jatru and said with a frown, "Now, you can let Lier they all go, right?" But Yen Jatru said with a smile that was not a smile, "Yi Yuan, you're too dangerous. This exalt doesn't want to be like your opponents, becoming the stepping stone on your road to maturity in the end. If I let them go, what will this exalt use to constrain you? Of course, if you have the ability, you can shuttle back and forth across countless planes and find your loved ones and friends." Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly, and he said in a cold voice, "What the H.E.L.I. do you want?" He knew that Yen Jatru was very troublesome. It was naturally impossible to let matters go so easily. Letting people go at this time was simply impossible. However, Yi Yuan was not in a hurry either. As long as Yen Jatru used the void snap immortal condensation to cultivate, he would suck you and be eventually. He did not appear overly enraged either, because he knew that Yen Jatru knew him very well. Behaving like he was burning with fury at this time would reveal a flaw instead and arouse the other party's suspicions. In reality, starting from when Yi Yuan showed himself, the two people had already been fighting a battle of wits and a contest of strength. Yi Yuan understood that his every action and movement was being observed by the other party. Even if he revealed a little flaw, the other party would have suspicions aroused. It was Yi Yuan's first time seeing Yen Jatru's true body. It could be said that he did not understand the other party at all, but he could toy with a world in the palm of his hand and could escape from the labyrinth divine palace, that kind of forbidden land, with his life. It was absolutely not what the average person could accomplish. Battling with this guy, Yi Yuan perked his spirits up 120%. Therefore, Yi Yuan was extremely careful about every expression and sentence. Yen Jatru seemed very satisfied with Yi Yuan's reaction and said with a faint smile, "Nothing. This exalt is planning on killing you after breaking through to true sovereign heaven. After killing you, I'll kill everyone related to you. Honestly speaking, this exalt really doesn't have absolute confidence in making a move against you right now. But letting you grow unchecked, this exalt will feel even more worried. This appraisal could be rated as high. He, a grand completion Saint Sovereign Heaven, even though he was just of an origin divinity body, he did not have confidence in killing an upper jade Sovereign Heaven. Of course, this also showed that he knew Yi Yuan very well, because if he made a move, he really might not be able to keep Yi Yuan behind. Moreover, there was even a powerful big yellow by his side. Yen Jatru was of an origin divinity body. His combat power would definitely be greatly reduced. He was not of the soul race, incomparably proficient in all kinds of origin divinity secret arts. Yi Yuan's two eyes narrowed slightly, and he said in a cold voice, "In other words, you won't rest until one of us is dead?" Yen Jatru smiled and said, "Yi Yuan, why don't we play a game?" How to play? Yi Yuan currently had no other way and could only play with the other party. "I'll return to the 33 heavens right now and enter close seclusion to break through to true sovereign heaven. I left behind an origin divinity imprint in their bodies and can kill them with just a thought. You can traverse all the heavens planes now and go look for your loved ones and friends, and can also enter close seclusion to break through to Saint Sovereign Heaven. If you break through to Saint Sovereign Heaven or find them before I break through to true Sovereign Heaven, I'll flee far away from home and avoid you after breaking through to true Sovereign Heaven. But if this exalt breaks through to true Sovereign Heaven first, then sorry about it. I'll kill all of them right away, and then come kill you. How is it? Isn't this game very interesting? Yen Jade True looked at Yi Yuan as if certain that he would play with him. Yes, he knew Yi Yuan very well, precisely because he understood him, that this so-called game of his was actually revealing his apprehension toward Yi Yuan. Only by breaking through to true Sovereign Heaven did he have sufficient confidence to kill Yi Yuan. In fact, even if Yi Yuan broke through to Saint Sovereign Heaven, he would also choose to leave right away, even if he really broke through to true Sovereign Heaven at that time. He would rather face the uncertain at sea than face Yi Yuan. He made use of Yi Yuan, but he also dreaded Yi Yuan, precisely because he knew Yi Yuan too well. That was why he dreaded Yi Yuan. The present Yi Yuan was no longer that little bug that he could pinch to death at will. This guy was only a major cultivation realm lower than him. In reality, he himself also understood that making Yi Yuan go get the void snap immortal condensation was playing with fire in itself. A single mishap, and it was setting fire to himself. But the temptation of true Sovereign Heaven was too great. Not getting the void snap, immortal condensation, not breaking through to true Sovereign Heaven, he would always be a walking corpse. He who only had an origin divinity body was a dog who lost its home. Therefore, he chose to gamble. But kidnapping Yi Yuan's kin would mean fighting it out with Yi Yuan to death. He could not kill these people. If he killed these people, he did not dare to imagine what kind of degree the rampaging Yi Yuan would reach. In fact, even if he broke through to true Sovereign Heaven, he was also not willing to have a frontal clash with the Yi Yuan who broke through to Saint Sovereign Heaven. So he was gambling too. If Yi Yuan broke through to Saint Sovereign Heaven, he would not make a move against Yi Yuan's kin. He would also have sufficient time to escape the rain-clear continent. That was as long as he reached true Sovereign Heaven. Of course, if he broke through first, he would have sufficient confidence to finish Yi Yuan off. At that time, he would have nothing to fear. Both parties were sensible people. Yi Yuan instantly understood the other party's plans and said in a solemn voice, "Okay, I'll play this game with you." Yen Jade True smiled. Sure enough, Yi Yuan did not act contrary to his expectations. Everything was under control. Yi Yuan Pa S, said Big Yellow a storage bracelet. And he said, "Big Yellow, you bring the things in here and return to the myriad demons mountain first. Distribute the heavenly pills in it to the half-step Saint Sovereign Heavens of myriad demons mountain and the land of heavenly south." Big Yellow hesitated briefly before taking it. "Take care, Master Yi." Finished saying, Big Yellow leaped and left the heavenspan world. Yi Yuan looked at Yen Jade True and said, "Coolly, if you want to play this game with me, you'll have to hurry up and break through." Yen Jade True was just about to retort when he heard that, but saw Yi Yuan suddenly turned into a true dragon. He took a stride, stepping out, escaping directly into the void and tearing through the boundary. Seeing this scene, Yen Jade True's expression changed wildly. Feeling the remnant aura, Yen Jade True's expression was solemn as he said, "There's no mistake. This is the aura of a chaos true spirit. This kid actually advanced to a chaos true spirit with a mortal body. I even thought that he'd choose to break through first. I didn't expect that. He actually chose to find people first. What this kid said was right. I should hurry up and break through. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he could not help laughing as he said, "What am I scared of? Even if he can traverse the void, it will delay cultivation time too. Even if he can really find his loved ones after this exalt breaks through to true sovereign heaven, could it be that he can still run?" That might be the case, but Yen Jade True's origin divinity instantly turned into an afterimage and vanished from the heaven-span world. Chapter 2757, Race Against Time. Chapter 2757, Race Against Time. Amidst the boundless spatial turbulent flow, an azure light was shuttling indeterminately, the speed swift to the extreme. The body of a true dragon was sufficient to pass through the chaos boundary wall. Traversing amidst this boundless spatial turbulent flow was naturally nothing. Yen Jade True thought that Yi Yuan would choose to cultivate. That was because he felt that Yi Yuan did not have the ability to tear through the boundary. Even if his strength reached Jade's sovereign heaven, wanting to travel across these countless planes would require paying a huge price too, which was a thankless job. But he clearly did not expect that Yi Yuan actually had the ability to traverse the void. When he just broke through to heavenly stratum, Yi Yuan naturally did not have this ability. But now, it was as easy as flipping over a hand to him. The lower realm's boundary wall was not compared to the 33 heavens' chaos. In merely half a day's time, Yi Yuan's true dragon body sped through a boundary wall and arrived at a small kiliacosm. Without the slightest hesitation, his divine sense covered the entire world brazenly without any scruple. At this moment, the entire world was trembling heavily. This divine sense was too powerful. Very soon, several figures appeared before Yi Yuan. An upper lesser sublime, Heaven plucked up his courage and asked Yi Yuan with a slight tremor, "What's your excellency looking for? I wonder if there's anything we can help with?" While talking, Yi Yuan's divine sense already swept several times wantonly. Even those subsidiary small worlds were also thoroughly searched by Yi Yuan. But he did not discover any familiar people. Rumble, above the void, a terrifying heavenly tribulation was currently descending. Yi Yuan's two eyes glared, and the heavenly tribulation instantly dissipated. The small kiliacosm's martial artists were all dumbstruck with amazement. Too strong. One look actually forced heavenly tribulation back. "Don't have," Yi Yuan muttered, and turned into a true dragon again, tearing through the boundary. When the few heavenly stratum powerhouses saw Yi Yuan leave, they all let out a long sigh in relief. But very soon, that upper-lower realm's heavenly stratum's face had a trace of melancholy, and he said, "This is a true powerhouse. I feel like he could crush us with a single thought. These people, some hegemony in the lower realms, and really became frogs at the bottom of a well. I've decided to ascend to the heavenly realm after half a year." The expressions of the other heavenly stratum powerhouses changed abruptly when they heard that, but very soon they felt at ease too. The heaven-span world was merely a dilapidated small kiliacosm. It had already been refined by Yen Jade True and fused as one with the heaven-span mountain. Hence, there was no such thing as ascension too. In reality, for ordinary small kiliacosms, after reaching heavenly stratum, one would be able to ascend. However, they would have to suffer a terrifying heavenly tribulation. Therefore, many powerhouses would rather cover up their auras and not ascend to the 33 heavens. But Yi Yuan's appearance made them realize that this kind of daze was merely deceiving themselves as well as others. Yi Yuan naturally would not care about what these people thought. He only came to find his people. In a day, Yi Yuan flew to hundreds of small kiliacosms and great trichiliacosms. But the result was disappointing. He did not even find a single acquaintance. Kid, in the 33 heavens, each heaven rules hundreds of millions of planes. You're like a headless fly. Until when will you have to search for them? Mitian said, Yen J. True is a heaven's chosen of his generation too. For him to be able to reach this step, what he relied on isn't just the heavenspan mountain. I can feel that his origin divinity body has already been perfected and is likely only half a step away from true sovereign heaven. With his talent, the breakthrough will likely be in these few years. Once he breaks through to true sovereign heaven, even though frivolous life like a dream is formidable, it might not be able to kill him. Furthermore, don't you forget, he is a powerhouse who has truly grasped time rule. I don't want to leave my fate in the hands of someone else. Yi Yuan said coolly. Only when they saw Yen J. True did Yi Yuan and Mi Tian know that they had underestimated him. Originally, they thought that Yen J. True was at most just an upper saint sovereign heaven, who knew that he lost his physical body, but his origin divinity body improved further and was only half a step away from true sovereign heaven. Furthermore, in these hundreds of millions of years, he specialized in cultivating the origin divinity and already condensed the origin divinity incomparably. Maybe he did not have powerful combat strength, but his strength could not be underestimated. Frivolous life like a dream was naturally useful, but how useful it was really hard to say. Furthermore, once Yen J. True broke through to true sovereign heaven very quickly, the effect of frivolous life like a dream would be greatly discounted. Yi Yuan also did not want to pin his hopes on his opponent's mistakes. Therefore, he had to race against time with Yen J. True. But there are myriads of planes. How will you find them? Mi Tian said, Yen J. True doesn't have the body of a true dragon. Although origin divinity body can also travel through the void, it's much worse compared to the body of a true dragon. With his ability, how far can he hide those people? If I search outward in a spiral manner with the heavenspan world as the center, I can always find them. Yi Yuan said. Mi Tian was taken aback when he heard and could not help laughing as he said, Fine lad, I underestimated you. You're racing against time now. Yi Yuan nodded slightly, but his movements did not stop in the least bit. Several days later, Yi Yuan arrived at a small kiliocosm again. Sweeping his divine sense, Yi Yuan's brows raised up, and his mind shook. He actually found an acquaintance here. Sacred Ancestor, High Priest, Wing. At this time, Wing was currently being besieged by several top powerhouses. However, Yi Yuan's reckless scanning already brought the battle to an abrupt end. Too horrifying. Yi Yuan frowned, and those people around Wing immediately turned into clouds of blood mist. He took a step out and arrived in front of Wing. Yi Yuan. When Wing saw Yi Yuan, tears could not help running down his face. His aura was completely different from this small kiliocosm's powerhouses. He spent each day in the midst of pursuit. He really had to thank heaven and earth for being able to live until now. He still wanted to say more, but Yi Yuan made a gesture. A powerful origin divinity power instantly invaded Wing's sea of consciousness. Wing's entire body trembled violently. Facing Yi Yuan's crude method, he had no ability to resist at all and could only be at his whims. Yi Yuan revolved the Divine Emergence's secret art and wiped away Yen J. True's mark overbearingly. Only then did he withdraw his origin divinity power. Wing was struck dumb with amazement. Just how strong was the current Yi Yuan? Even if it was that legendary heavenly stratum, it was impossible to achieve this too, right? He was simply like a puppet in front of him, unable to control himself at all. At this time, life and death were not up to him either. That sort of feeling was like when he was abducted to this world back then. That feeling of having no command over himself really drove people crazy. Wing still wanted to say something, but Yi Yuan said coolly, "Talk on the way. I'm in a hurry." Done talking, Yi Yuan's divine essence stirred, and he put Wing into his chaos world. Yi Yuan did not remain in the slightest and traversed the void again. He did not waste time. Wasting a second here might kill someone closest to him. And at the same time, Yen Jie-Tru suddenly snapped open both eyes, his pupils constricting slightly as he muttered to himself, "It's just been 3 days. He already found the first person? When I sent the first person out, it took half a month's time. This kid is so fast. It looks like I can't delay anymore." Chapter 2758, Windfall. Chapter 2758, Windfall. Withered glory great world, one of the 3 great forbidden lands, the ancient devil forbidden land. A white tiger was dyed in blood all over, currently standing facing a heavenly stratum ancient devil, panting heavily. The ancient devil looked at the white tiger and said coolly, "I didn't expect that you, this little tiger, would actually be able to erupt with the attack of a heavenly stratum, but unfortunately, you're still too weak." This white tiger was none other than precisely Yi Yuan's good brother, White Light. White Light looked at the ancient devil stubbornly and said, "Is that so? Then, what about now?" Boom. Suddenly, a shocking power erupted from White Light's body. Bloodline power gushed out, shaking the entire forbidden land until it trembled endlessly. The ancient devil's pupils constricted, and he cried out in surprise, "This kid's bloodline actually evolved again." Counting this time, he has already evolved 3 times in a row in this battle. How troublesome. It looks like I have to send you on your way. White Light's overwhelming aura surged straight towards the sky. Clearly, White Light's rise made the ancient devil very fearful too. However, the ancient devil clearly would not give him this chance. It was only to see him raise his palm. An enormous devil image condensed and formed behind him. The devil image did not hesitate in the slightest, directly slamming a punch over. This devil image's punch carried a terrifying power of rule, powerful until it was suffocating. White Light gritted his teeth, and he said hatefully, "A little more. I'm still missing one last bit. If I can get through this, then I'll be able to corroborate my Tao as heavenly stratum. I must catch up to Big Brother's footsteps." Roar! At the critical moment, White Light's body burst forth with a dazzling light. At this moment, he squeezed out all of his potential and suddenly threw a punch out. Bang! White Light's figure flew out backward, fresh blood spraying out of his mouth, wildly everywhere like a kite with a broken string. But at the same time, that devil image was actually directly scattered by this one punch. The ancient devil's expression changed wildly. Without the slightest hesitation, he turned into an afterimage and rushed toward White Light. The current White Light was only a hair's breadth away from heavenly stratum. That punch earlier even struck with a power exceeding heavenly stratum. If he did not kill White Light, the consequences were too ghastly to contemplate. That punch just now, White Light already used all of his strength. Seeing the ancient devil rush over, a hint of sorrow flashed across in White Light's eyes. Sure enough, was he still going to die here? But right at this time, amidst his blurry vision, a white figure suddenly blocked in front of him. He only heard the ancient devil scream miserably and directly turned into nothingness. Following that, an extremely condensed divine essence entered his body. White Light's injuries were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Calm the spirit and focus your mind. Comprehend heavenly Tao. Heavenly Tao is heartless, but people are sentient. I go against heaven with my blood and trample Kunlun to be equal to heaven. White Light's entire body trembled, and he was wildly ecstatic. But hearing this sonorous and powerful voice, his heart turned somber, and he immediately calmed his spirit and focused his mind. Salting heavenly stratum. With this guidance, it made him have a feeling of dispelling the clouds. Boom! After cultivating bitterly for tens of thousands of years, White Light finally broke through heavenly stratum's fetters and achieved heavenly stratum. Under Yi Yuan's help, White Light consolidated his realm very quickly. Big brother! White Light hugged Yi Yuan and was overjoyed. Hoo-hoo, good brother, to actually rely on your own power and break through to heavenly stratum. Incredible! Yi Yuan was also relieved as he said those words. After 5 years, Yi Yuan traversed hundreds of millions of planes and finally found White Light in withered glory great world. During these 5 years, Yi Yuan did not stop for a moment and finally found lure profound secrets and the rest one by one. At this very moment, apart from Yu Mengli, who was not found yet, Yi Yuan already found the rest. However, Yi Yuan also knew that Yan Jie Tru was likely about to break through. He did not have much time anymore. How can I embarrass? Big brother? When I woke up, I discovered that the world had changed. At that time, I was at a loss for a while. However, I could clearly feel heavenly Tao rules in withered glory great world. The bloodline power in my body actually erupted again. I was thinking that since I came, I might as well stay and make the best of it. I'll break through to heavenly stratum here and ascend to the heavenly realm and go find Big Brother. It's just that I didn't expect that Big Brother, you actually came. White Light said with a smile. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said, this matter is hard to sum up in a short time. Let's talk again later. Right now, the crisis isn't resolved yet. As he said, Yi Yuan purged the mark in White Light's body and was about to leave. But right at this time, he suddenly sensed something, and his footsteps could not help pausing. This is Yi Yuan's figure moved, bringing Yi Yuan to the deepest part of the ancient devil-forbidden land. The dangers here did not count as dangerous to him at all. An enormous array formation was set up in this ancient devil-forbidden land. This deepest part was where the center of the array formation lay. Ahead, in the heart of the array formation, a 5-colored stone was suspended in the center of the array formation, emitting waves of powerful force. There's no mistake, Myriad Realms Mountain. There was a 5-colored heavenly stone among the 7 chaos treasures that the Lord of Chaos refined back then. However, this 5-colored heavenly stone in front is even more pitiful than that one in your hands. At this time, it's probably only at the level of a mortal stratum treasure. Mitian suddenly said. Earlier, Yi Yuan was just about to leave when he discovered that the Heavenspan mountain in his body actually vibrated inexplicably. Yi Yuan felt in his heart as if he had encountered a friend. Coming here to take a look, it was indeed the case. No matter what, I found the second Myriad Realms mountain. As he said, Yi Yuan directly reached his hand out and grabbed the 5-colored heavenly stone. This array formation was fragile like paper paste in front of him. When White Light saw this scene, he could not help feeling shocked. In his view, heavenly stratum was already extremely strong. But looking at it now, heavenly stratum was simply an ant-like existence in front of Big Brother. He narrowly escaped death in order to enter the ancient devil-forbidden land. Moreover, this place was the ancient devil-forbidden land's hinterland, the most dangerous place. But Yi Yuan actually seemed to have entered his own backyard. Big Brother, this stone, White Light said with uncertainty. Yi Yuan smiled and said, you can understand it as that this is another Heavenspan mountain. When White Light heard that, his pupils could not help constricting. He knew how powerful the Heavenspan Mountain was. He did not expect that this stone was actually comparable to the Heavenspan Mountain. Kid, smelt the 5-colored heavenly stone into one with the Heavenspan Mountain, and it will be able to promote the Myriad Realms Mountain to a Grade 2 Grand Mist treasure. With its help, it will be a cinch for you to jump realms and battle. Tian said. Yi Yuan's eyes lit up, but he immediately smiled bitterly and said, Senior, where will I go to find Grand Mist energy now? Idiot! Didn't you bring many Grand Mist treasures out of the Labyrinth Divine Palace? With Grand Mist treasures, there's naturally Grand Mist energy. You extract those Grand Mist energy and then fuse it into the 5-colored heavenly stone. It will be enough to let it recover to the extent of a Grade 1 Grand Mist treasure. About the remaining Grand Mist energy, you should use it to smelt the 2 Myriad Realms mountains. Tian said. When Yi Yuan heard that, he smacked his head and said, It turns out that it can still be done like this. Yi Yuan obtained a total of 34 Grand Mist treasures from the Labyrinth Divine Palace. After giving those Saint Exalts, as well as Big Yellow, he spent a total of 13. There were still 21 left in his possession. With so many Grand Mist treasures, it was sufficient to be used to fuse the 5-colored heavenly stone. Chapter 2759. Darkness Under a Lamp. Chapter 2759. Darkness Under a Lamp. Amidst the spatial turbulent flows, Yi Yuan held the Heavenspan Mountain in his left hand, and his right hand held the 5-colored heavenly stone. A pale yellow ball of light wrapped the 2 small mountains up respectively. Yi Yuan shut both eyes, carefully feeling the undulations of the 2 treasures. With the wordless heavenly skill as a guide, after he guided the 2 small mountains to the same frequency, they would be able to fuse. Suddenly, his 2 hands gradually drew close. The 2 small mountains actually started merging. Rumble! A powerful undulation caused the void to tremble violently. The 2 small mountains fused into one. A terrifying power spread out, making the few planes in the distance all start to tremble violently. This was also why Yi Yuan fused them in the spatial turbulent flow. If it was in withered glory, great world, the undulation could completely destroy this great trichiliocosm immediately. Grade 2 Grand Mist treasure corresponded to the power of a true sovereign heaven. And once the Myriad Realms Mountain was refined, it was a top existence among Grade 2 Grand Mist treasures. Its power was naturally extraordinary. Done. Looking at the 2 small mountains fusing into one, Yi Yuan said, excitedly. He could feel that powerful strength coming from the Myriad Realms Mountain. Yi Yuan was certain that as long as he urged the Myriad Realms Mountain now, he could directly crush lower jade sovereign heavens to death. This Myriad Realms Mountain was even stronger than the Emerald Sea Divine Conch. Concerning the current Myriad Realms Mountain, the top of the mountain was composed of 5 kinds of colors, while the base was completely black. Yi Yuan got up, his gaze looking at the end of the void, and said with a frown, Where the H-E-L did he hide Lier? It's been 2 years. Those that should have been found, I found them all. There's only Lier left. Frivolous life, like a dream, should have already flared up. However, it probably can't stop him from breaking through, right? Another 2 years had Pa-S said since finding white light. In these 2 years, Yi Yuan had found G.O. D knows how many planes by searching based on clues. However, he could not find Lier's traces from start to end. Looking at the time slowly trickling by, Yi Yuan's heart was burning with anxiety. It was already too late to break through now. He could only refine the Myriad Realms Mountain first to have the strength to protect himself. Could it be that I've missed some places? Yi Yuan's brows furrowed even harder. During these 7 years, Yi Yuan seemed to have no end, searching for his kin and friends frantically. But after 2 years of nothing, it forced him to stop and think carefully. Suddenly, a thought flashed across in Yi Yuan's mind, making his entire body tremble. Heavenspan, world! Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Yuan's body instantly disappeared from where he was, urging his speed to the extreme, heading for the Heavenspan world. Reaching Yi Yuan's present realm, his divine sense could instantly cover a world. This world was not just small kiliocosms. There were also the various subsidiary small worlds of small kiliocosms. As long as Yi Yuan was willing, he could infiltrate his divine sense into all of the subsidiary small worlds. For the past 7 years, he had indeed done so, but there was only one place that he did not search. That was the Heavenspan world. Yi Yuan followed the main force into the Heavenspan world and started searching right away, but he did not search the small worlds that were subsidiary to the Heavenspan world. Yen Jaitru's appearance interrupted his search. Later on, Yi Yuan immediately ran into Yen Jaitru after he came out of Heaven-Fragmented Continent. When the two people's wager began, Yi Yuan instinctively went straight to traverse the plains, but he forgot that it was dark under the lamp. Thinking about it now, the timing that Yen Jaitru appeared back then was just right. It was simply to interrupt his search. Yi Yuan searched myriad worlds, but he only missed his own hometown. This guy was so deeply scheming. It. Lear must be in the Immortal Grove world. Why didn't I think of it earlier? I wonder whether I can make it in time or not. The current Yi Yuan was erupting across the board, urging his speed to the extreme. He was too far away from the Heavenspan world. With his current speed, it would also take half a year to rush back at full speed. And at the same time, in a secret place in Inklight Forest, Yen Jaitru's breakthrough also reached the most critical time. However, frivolous life like a dream's sudden eruption made Yen Jaitru simmer with hatred. After he finished absorbing the void snap, immortal condensation, he entered a state of emptiness without any surprises. He grasped the opportunity to break through to true sovereign heaven, but right at this time, frivolous life akin to a dream suddenly erupted, going into ecstasy. Such a toxic poison erupting at the juncture of breakthrough, the degree of danger could be imagined. He almost perished, his Tao dissipating. It. I still fell for that brat's trick in the end. However, do you think that you can ruin this exalt like this? Too naive. At most another 3 months after this exalt breaks through to true sovereign heaven, I'll kill your beloved. At that time, this exalt wants to see how you're overwhelmed to the extent where you wished that you were dead. Yen Jaitru was currently anguished to the extreme. The breakthrough of true sovereign heaven was extremely dangerous. Coupled with the frivolous life like a dream poison, Yen Jaitru did not dare to be distracted by other things right now. Otherwise, he would have long urged his origin divinity and killed you Mengli. At this very moment, he could only endure the bone-festering pain of the origin divinity and forcefully break through to true sovereign heaven. Yen Jaitru was someone of incredible willpower too. If someone else was poisoned and it erupted at the critical moment of breakthrough, they would have long kicked the bucket. But he forcefully pulled through. At this time, Yen Jaitru already reached the final juncture of breakthrough and was only 1 step away. At this time, there mustn't be any mishaps. In the spatial turbulent flow, Yi Yuan stuffed heavenly pills into his mouth like it was free. His heart was burning with anxiety, only thinking of returning to the Heavenspan world as quickly as possible. But his speed was already urged to the extreme and could not go any faster. No way. It's still too slow. Yi Yuan did not know when Yen Jaitru would break through, but the later he went, the higher the chances Lier would be in danger. Therefore, he had to be faster. Boom. In the next moment, the divine essence within Yi Yuan's body started burning crazily. His speed also accelerated by a lot in an instant. Not enough. Still not enough. Boom. Yi Yuan started burning his bloodline power, and at the same time, his speed soared again. Boy, are you crazy? Pus. Plussing on like this, by the time you reach the heaven-span world, you'll be totally crippled. Mi Tian shouted frantically in Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness. Burning divine essence and bloodline power at the same time was extremely harmful to the body. If it was a short period, it was still fine. But Yi Yuan had to travel for half a year. This kind of loss was virtually irreversible. A single mishap, and it would ruin the martial arts foundation, cutting off the path forward. Yi Yuan ignored Mi Tian, and threw the heavenly pills that he refined previously into his mouth frenziedly. However, under this crazy move, his speed was virtually several times faster than normal. Time slowly said. The heavenly pills on Yi Yuan were depleted very quickly. However, he did not stop throwing the natural treasures that he found in the labyrinth divine palace into his mouth as if they were unlimited in number. Just like that, he kept maintaining the limit speed and rushed in the direction of the heavenspan world. Finally, he saw the heavenspan world's boundary wall. At the same time, the sky above Inklight Forest, the phenomenon of a moon that had been going berserk for a month finally subsided. Arg, Yi Yuan, you caused this exalt to be unable to break through to true sovereign heaven. This exalt wants you to grieve to the extent that you wish to die. You definitely didn't think that this exalt hid your beloved right under your eyelids, right? Ha ha ha. Go and die for me. Yen Jade True fell completely into a berserk rage and activated the origin divinity mark immediately, wanting to kill Yu Mengli. How is this possible? It was clearly still there just now. Yen Jade True's pupils constricted, disbelief written all over his face. Chapter 2760, Arrow of Geode Extermination. Chapter 2760, Arrow of Geode Extermination. Endless world in the depths of the endless forest. Yu Mengli hugged the weak Yi Yuan with a look of tender care. Big brother Yuan, are you all right? Fool, can he be okay? He didn't even want his life anymore in order to save you. Mi Tian said in a great rage. Yu Mengli was taken aback and said in surprise, Who are you? Suddenly, Yi Yuan's origin divinity came out of his body and said to Yu Mengli, he's a senior who's temporarily staying in my body. Lier, I still have even more important things to do right now. Senior will tell you everything. Yu Mengli's expression turned intent, and she nodded slightly and said, Amen, go on, big brother Yuan. Mi Tian was even more furious when he saw the situation and scolded, You stinking brat, really angering your father to death. I've never seen before someone who messes around like you, already crippled yourself, and you actually still want to use origin divinity to go fight. You'll die. Yi Yuan smiled and said, That's also because there's no choice. If I don't go and fight, he'll definitely destroy the heavenspan world. Senior, this place will be entrusted to you. I'll be right back. Finished saying, Yi Yuan's chaos origin divinity immediately disappeared from the endless world. Mi Tian was stomping his feet in anger, his mouth spewing profanities without stopping for a moment. Standing from his perspective, there was no way of understanding Yi Yuan's actions at all. This girl in front of him was merely a lower realm's ant. This guy directly crippled himself from running in order to save her. To a powerhouse who was about to step into Saint Sovereign Heaven, what kind of woman could he not get? This boy was really incomprehensible. Now, he was going in an origin divinity state to find the Yen Jade True, who might have already broken through to true sovereign heaven to risk his life for a world's ants. After scolding for a while, Mi Tian also felt helpless and said to you, Mengli angrily, D.A.M. Enla S. Bring his physical body and go to the heaven-span world. Yu Mengli said uncertainly, Senior, what are we going to do? Mi Tian said with a cold snort, What else can we do to save him? Your father is still counting him on to send me back home. Will I still harm him? With how he is after his origin divinity returns, I reckon that he won't be far from death either. Luckily, the heaven-span world is connected to the heaven-fragmented continent. Otherwise, this brat is dead, for sure. The moment Yu Mengli heard, she could not help being overjoyed, and immediately carried Yi Yuan's physical body and flew away. With Yi Yuan's origin divinity leaving his body, he returned to Grand Bright Jade complete heaven very quickly. He had just walked out of the plain Pa-S Sageway when he felt an extremely powerful origin divinity power Russ. Plussing towards this side. Yi Yuan's expression changed. Only then did he know that Yen Jade True had just broken through not long ago. Secretly thinking to himself what a close shave it was, Yi Yuan's figure moved, and he greeted Yen Jade True. Yen Jade True had clearly discovered Yi Yuan too, and shouted angrily, Yi Yuan, you ruined my cultivation base. I'll definitely make your soul disintegrate today. All of a sudden, he saw Yi Yuan's origin divinity and could not help being taken aback, and immediately laughed loudly, and said, Brat, you actually only left with origin divinity. Amen. Your origin divinity actually broke through to Saint Sovereign Heaven already? How is this possible? The loud laughter stopped abruptly. Yen Jade True discovered that Yi Yuan's origin divinity was extremely compact. Furthermore, he already broke through to Saint Sovereign Heaven. He was merely only at the level of Middle Jade Sovereign Heaven before. Yi Yuan sneered and said, Could it be that only you're allowed to scheme against me, and I'm not allowed to plot against you? Before coming out of the Labyrinth Divine Palace, my origin divinity had already been cultivated to Saint Sovereign Heaven. Otherwise, how can I dare to absorb the void snap, immortal condensation in front of you? Yen Jade True's expression changed again, and he said in a cold voice, Yi Yuan, you caused this exalt to fail in my breakthrough. But even if it's this half-baked true sovereign heaven, it's sufficient to kill you too. He was very careful, but who would have thought that he still got tricked in the end? The fury in his heart could be imagined. Yen Jade True had indeed broken through to true sovereign heaven, but the frivolous life like a dream's existence had a great impact on his breakthrough. At this time, his origin divinity was between Saint Sovereign Heaven and true sovereign heaven. It neither went up nor down. This drove him incredibly crazy. Immortal exterminating finger. Yen Jade True shouted coldly. Pointing a finger out, the wind and clouds changed colors. The outrageous power of Great Tao combined with a powerful origin divinity attack made this finger sufficient to exterminate immortals. Yi Yuan's expression changed slightly. The power of this finger absolutely said the level of Saint Sovereign Heaven. Even if a grand completion Saint Sovereign Heaven was here, they would probably be annihilated by a finger too. Although Yen Jade True's physical body was destroyed, his cultivation base was still there, and he could still borrow heaven and earth spiritual energy to execute powerful martial techniques. He broke through to true sovereign heaven and comprehended the great Tao rule of true sovereign heaven, his power immense. At this very moment, although Yi Yuan was startled, he did not panic. Divine emergence was where Yi Yuan's confidence lay. In an instant, Yi Yuan condensed a bow with soul force. Bending the bow and notching the arrow. The bow and arrow were extremely solid, looking as if they were corporeal. When Yen Jade True saw it, his pupils constricted too. Arrow of G. Oh, de-extermination. Swaz. H. Plus swaz. H. Plus swaz. H. Plus Yi Yuan released 3 arrows in a row, and it actually swept up a horrifying power of rule. The spiritual energy undulation from the arrow tip was actually not the slightest bit weaker than Yen Jade True's immortal exterminating finger. Boom, boom, boom. 2 powerful bursts of soul force exploded above the void. The 2 people gave U.F. fled groan at the same time and flew out backward. Their origin divinities actually became much dimmer in an instant. Yen Jade True looked at Yi Yuan ferociously and gnashed his teeth in hatred as he said, "What a fierce origin divinity mystic art. It looks like in these short few hundred years, you've had an incredibly lucky encounter on the rain-clear continent again. However, brat, can you beat me by using this kind of mutual destruction fighting style?" Yi Yuan was not the slightest bit afraid and said in a cold voice, "Won't you know after trying it?" Done talking, he did not hesitate in the slightest and bent the bow and notched the arrows again. Swaz. H. Plus swaz. H. Plus swaz. H. Plus the arrow of G. Oh, de-extermination was released 3 times in a row again. Yen Jade True's expression changed wildly. This arrow was released with soul force and was unrivalably tyrannical. He had no way to evade at all. He gritted his teeth and pointed a finger out again. Immortal exterminating finger. Bang, bang, bang. The void trembled. The aftershocks of the 2 people's battle spread extremely far away, attracting the attention of countless powerhouses. What a powerful origin, divinity undulation. Who is fighting at Inklight Forest, that side? It's actually 2 origin divinities that are fighting. What terrifying power. Origin divinity mystic arts can actually erupt with such terrifying power. One of them seems to be a Saint Exalt powerhouse. The other is so strong. That origin divinity undulation seems to have already said Saint Exalt. That lower Saint Sovereign Heaven is so strong to actually fight with the other party until neither can gain the upper hand. But at this rate, the 2 of their origin divinities will both be annihilated, right? Ever since the Pa-S Sageway was connected, Inklight Forest had many powerhouses gathered to begin with. When they saw Yi Yuan jump realms to battle, each and every one of them was dumbstruck with amazement. These 2 origin divinities were not on the same level at all. In the end, they actually fought to a draw. This kind of battle was too inconceivable. In virtually a blink of an eye, Yi Yuan released dozens of arrows. His origin divinity was becoming dim at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, Yen Jade True's origin divinity was no better too. Divine Emergence's mystic art, Arrow of G. Oh, de-extermination was a fighting style that gambled with one's life. With their own soul force as a guide, it erupted with an incomparably powerful lethality, obliterating the other party's origin divinity. This move was incredibly powerful, but also caused self-destruction to kill the enemy. Yi Yuan was gambling. He was betting that Yen Jade True could not hold out first. This was because there was still the frivolous life like a dream in Yen Jade True's origin divinity. Chapter 2761. Come hunt me down if you have the ability. Chapter 2761. Come hunt me down if you have the ability. Bang, bang, bang. 1 Astonies. H.I. plus a rumbling sound after another exploded in the horizon. The undulations spread extremely far away. Origin divinities engaging in battle did not have fresh blood, but it was even more dangerous. Each move damaged the foundation. If heavenly stratum powerhouses lost their fleshy bodies, the origin divinity could exist independently and cultivate. But without the origin divinity, one would really be dead. Each of Yi Yuan's arrows was unparalleled and domineering. It was useless no matter how Yen Jie-tru dodged. At the opposite end, Yen Jie-tru was being bombarded until he cried out but was at a loss on what to do. Although he cultivated to true sovereign heaven, in terms of origin divinity, means how could he measure up to Yi Yuan? Each of Yi Yuan's arrows was burning the origin divinity, erupting with a power that far exceeded his level. If his physical body was still around, even if he was not a genuine, true sovereign heaven, it would be more than enough to deal with Yi Yuan too. But unfortunately, Yi Yuan had incredible power in the path of origin divinity. How can you, a puny little saint sovereign heaven, erupt with such a terrifying origin divinity attack? Yen Jie-tru yelled strangely. The arrow of Ji. Oh, de-extermination in Yi Yuan's hands did not stop as he said indifferently, "You should have expected when you made a move against me, and I'm not that easy to deal with. You lunatic, attacking like this, you'll be the first to die." Yi Yuan was indifferent as he said, "So what? When your origin divinity is obliterated to a certain degree, frivolous life like a dream will naturally claim your life. You have to expend considerable soul force to suppress the frivolous life like a dream currently, right?" When Yen Jie-tru heard that, he was practically about to go berserk, crying out strangely, repeatedly. That's right. The reason why he was helpless to do anything to Yi Yuan was precisely because of the frivolous life like a dream's existence. Otherwise, with his current origin divinity strength, no matter how formidable Yi Yuan's means, it was impossible to be his match too. True sovereign heaven and saint sovereign heaven were two different levels to begin with. To the vast majority of people, that was an insurmountable chasm. But it was also precisely because of this that Yen Jie-tru was depressed until he wanted to vomit blood. He schemed heavily and finally reached true sovereign heaven, but he was actually suppressed by Yi Yuan until he was unable to retaliate. This battle was too fierce and already alarmed countless powerhouses. At the borders of the battlefield, Jie-tru heavenly sex powerhouses had already rushed over. This battle's commotion was too big. They felt it far away at Jie-tru heavenly sect. It was in their territory, so it was impossible for them to not come. Sect Master Qin-tai's brows furrowed tightly, and he said, "Head Elder, do you feel that true sovereign heaven's origin divinity is very familiar?" Head Elder's expression changed over and over again, and he said, "You're saying, Ancestor? Honestly, that's really true. But Ancestor has already broken through to true sovereign heaven, and he's actually not Yi Yuan's match. Also, why would Yi Yuan be fighting with Ancestor in an origin divinity state? Could it be that his physical body was annihilated?" Yen Jie-tru discovered them too and roared, "Jie-tru heavenly sex disciples, what are you all still in a daze for? I'm the Ancestor. Hurry up and kill this brat." The moment these words came out, the expressions of Qin-tai and the rest changed greatly. However, they did not act right away because they were still unsure. Yen Jie-tru yelled loudly when he saw the situation. He said, "The Heavenspan Mountain is on this boy. As long as we kill him, not only will our Jie-tru heavenly sect rise again, we'll be able to overtake all sects. This exalt has already lost my physical body. It's useless to me. At that time, the Heavenspan Mountain will be yours. That small world that you all said through when you went to the sacred civ mystic realm was refined by this exalt. It's called the Heavenspan world. Yi Yuan ascended from the Heavenspan world. Now, do you all understand? This kid no longer has much soul force. His origin divinity is greatly damaged. will be able to kill him by joining hands. The words made the faces of Chuntai and the rest change once again. Being able to say these words, they had already determined that this was their ancestor. Furthermore, what Yen Jade True said also made them quite moved. There was no way to use a grand mist treasure without the physical body. This was also a fact. Therefore, as long as they killed Yi Yuan, then the Heavenspan Mountain would be theirs. This temptation was huge. Yi Yuan gave a cold snort, and he said, "Don't be naive. You all are nothing but chess pieces in his eyes." The sacred Civ Mystic Realms Pa.'s Sageway opening was done by him. You all saw it. Does your ancestor care about your life and death? If not for me, you all would have long died in the Labyrinth Divine Palace. Now, he's merely making use of you all, that's all. Chuntai, you stay out of today's matter. I'll let you break through to Saint Sovereign Heaven later on. I, Yi Yuan, am a man of my word, you know it. Chuntai and the rest were just about to take action, but they started hesitating again because of what Yi Yuan said. When in the Labyrinth Divine Palace, Yi Yuan had always been guarding against him and did not let him break through to Saint Sovereign Heaven. But Yi Yuan's trustworthiness was indeed very good. Back then, Yi Yuan's NATC Hedes HI plus use heavenly burial water caltrip flower, but helped him refine the 4-chi pill later on. If it were someone else, they definitely would not have done so. When Yen Jade True saw Chuntai hesitate, he could not help becoming exasperated. He already almost could not suppress the frivolous life like a dream anymore. Once it erupted under an internal revolt and foreign invasion, he would definitely die before Yi Yuan. At this rate, he would die without a doubt. Yen Jade True's intestines were already green with regret now. He thought that Yi Yuan had been searching for people these few years, and it was impossible to have broken through to Saint Sovereign. That was why he came to settle the scores. Who knew that Yi Yuan's origin divinity had long already broken through to Saint Sovereign Heaven. Although he broke through to true Sovereign Heaven, there was a large part of his soul force that had to be used to suppress the frivolous life like a dream. Under his violent rage, he made a move against Yi Yuan without the slightest hesitation. As a result, the end was tragic. Since he dreaded Yi Yuan, he should have immediately left after breaking through. Settle what scores? It was simply seeking death. At this time, Yi Yuan's origin divinity was already very dim, but he was also not far from death anymore. D.A.M. Ennet. Yi Yuan, you force me. Yen Jade True was. H.I.T. by an arrow. Borrowing the force of the countershock, he rushed toward the crowd. Yi Yuan's figure moved. Chasing after, it was another arrow. Ah! Yen Jade True screamed miserably, but his speed accelerated even faster, and the direction that he was flying in was precisely Chuntai there. When Chuntai saw the situation, his expression could not help changing drastically, turning around and fleeing. But it was already too late. How fast was Yen Jade True's speed? He grabbed toward Chuntai and actually directly grabbed Chuntai's origin divinity out. Yen Jade True was too strong. Chuntai did not have the power to resist at all. It was not just Chuntai. He grabbed across, and more than 10 Jade Sovereign Heaven's origin divinities were extracted by him. UBASTARDS. This exalt established the Jade True Heavenly Sect. You guys are actually disrespectful to this exalt. Forget it. This exalt will use your origin divinities to block this calamity. Then Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly, shooting out the arrow of G. Oh, de-extermination again. Yen Jade True laughed loudly, and directly threw those 10+ origin divinities over. Boom! The void exploded. the origin divinities of Chuntai, and the rest directly exploded. But Yen Jie-tru's figure flew towards the south. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly, and he shouted coldly, "Yen Jie-tru, you can't escape my arrow of Ji. Oh, de-extermination has my origin divinity mark. You've been struck by so many. Even if you hide underground, I can find you too." From far away, Yen Jie-tru shouted, "This exalt can't afford to provoke you, but I can afford to hide. Today, this exalt will leave the Rain-Clear continent. Come hunt me down if you have the ability." Chapter 2762. Very sorry to tell you. Chapter 2762. Very sorry to tell you. The powerhouses that were onlooking were stunned. You're a true sovereign heaven, but you're so cowardly? The true sovereign heaven of the legends that was flying up to heaven and tunneling into the earth. Each one of them was omnipotent. In the end, he was sent packing by a lower Saint Sovereign Heaven. It was fine that he was driven away, but he actually directly said that he was going to get away from the Rain-Clear continent. People looked at Yi Yuan's near-empty origin divinity, their gaze full of confusion and admiration. This guy was really impressive. However, Yi Yuan also let out a long sigh of relief when he saw that Yen Jie-tru ran. This battle had practically exhausted his origin divinity entirely. The origin divinity of a true sovereign heaven was really too formidable. Even if Yen Jie-tru did not have much origin divinity means, even if he allocated the vast majority of his soul force to suppress the frivolous life like a dream, the opponent was still powerful until it made people despair. However, he did not lie to Yen Jie-tru. The arrow of Ji. Oh, de-extermination could indeed imprint a mark. Within a certain range, Yi Yuan could sense the existence of the other party's origin divinity. Nowhere to hide. Furthermore, with the divine emergence's capability, it was virtually impossible for Yen Jie-tru to want to erase the mark. At this time, Yi Yuan could feel that Yen Jie-tru was currently heading south at an extremely fast speed. It looked like he was truly scared. Yi Yuan was not worried about him causing new problems. Yen Jie-tru's state was not much better than him. Frivolous life, like a dream, was already on the verge of eruption. Looking at the corpses that covered the land, Yi Yuan could not help shaking his head slightly. The Jie-tru heavenly sect was considered to be thoroughly finished. Yen Jie-tru created the Jie-tru heavenly sect with his own hands and also personally destroyed the Jie-tru heavenly sect. But none of this had anything to do with him. As long as his loved ones were safe, everything was fine. The current Yi Yuan was extremely weak, as if a gust of wind would be able to scatter his origin divinity. He turned around slightly and was about to leave. But right at this time, the void suddenly flickered, and a figure stopped him. The arrival looked at Yi Yuan and asked, "You're Yi Yuan?" "Marshal secure, heavenly sex Yi Yuan?" In front of him was a middle-aged man in Chinese clothing. He actually had Saint Sovereign Heaven cultivation, but it looked like he had just broken through not long ago. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly. The other party clearly did not come with friendly intentions. It's precisely this Yi. Yi Yuan did not have the intention of denying it and said coolly. But the moment these words came out, the expressions of the powerhouses present changed one after another. "It's actually him. Marshal secure, heavenly sex, remnant, SP, AWN. He's actually not dead. Not only did he not die, his origin divinity even broke through to Saint Sovereign Heaven. Just now, he even routed the origin divinity of a true sovereign heaven until he fled. However, he's already an arrow at the end of its flight now. Zhang Kaiyun probably won't let him off." Yi Yuan did not know this man, but the majority of the powerhouses present knew him. This man was none other than precisely Jie-tru, heavenly sect's first seat, Zhang Kaiyun. And Jade True, Heavenly Sect's first seat, was naturally a member of the Pill Alliance. When Yi Yuan entered the Jade True Heavenly Sect, Zhang Kaiyun was in closed seclusion. A few days ago, Zhang Kaiyun broke through to Saint Sovereign Heaven and just exited seclusion. He did not expect that today, an Astonis, H.I. plus in great battle would happen within the boundary of Jade True Heavenly Sect. Through Yen Jade True and Yi Yuan's conversation, Zhang Kaiyun learned of Yi Yuan's ident. 1. Tai very quickly. Back then, when the Pill Alliance launched an attack ahead of schedule, it was because of Yi Yuan. As one of the Pill Alliance's middle level, Zhang Kaiyun naturally knew about Yi Yuan's ident. 1 Tai. It was just that he never thought that the present Yi Yuan was already so formidable to actually beat a true sovereign heaven until he covered his head and scurried away. At that time, he already gave rise to the idea of reaping advantages from both sides without lifting a finger. The moment the middle-aged man heard, 2 rays of brilliant light shot out of his eyes. Ha ha ha. Fortune is really S.H.I. plusing down on me, Zhang Kaiyun, recently. First, I broke through to Saint Sovereign Heaven. After that, I picked up a great contribution for free. Zhang Kaiyun said with a loud laugh. Yi Yuan's 2 eyes narrowed slightly, and he said in a solemn voice, "You're a member of the Pill Alliance?" Zhang Kaiyun smiled and said, "That's right. This exalt is Jade True, Heavenly Sect's first seat. A few days ago, this exalt just broke through to Saint Sovereign Heaven. I didn't expect that you delivered this exalt a big gift so quickly." Zhang Kaiyun laughed very happily. Jade True Heavenly Sect's collapse had nothing to do with him whatsoever. Him being in the Jade True Heavenly Sect, apart from extortion, it was still espionage. It was also precisely because of this that he could break the shackles and break through to Saint Sovereign Heaven. The Pill Alliance's first seats were no different from vampires in the various sections. In his view, Yi Yuan was already in his pocket. Yi Yuan looked at Zhang Kaiyun and said with a smile that was not a smile, "In that case, you've got me?" Zhang Kaiyun similarly had a smile that was not a smile and said, "Boy, you're already an arrow at the end of its flight. Do you think that this exalt can't tell? Earlier, you forcefully mustered up a breath and used that move to scare Yen Jade True away. Now, if you release that move again, your own origin divinity will probably be buried in oblivion first, right? Furthermore, this exalt's physical body is in good condition. I'm not afraid of your origin divinity attack." With regards to Yi Yuan, Zhang Kaiyun was clearly BRIMING with confidence. He had long seen through that Yi Yuan's arrow of de-extermination move was a hand-to-hand combat move that specifically targeted the origin divinity. This kind of move was extremely lethal to an exposed origin divinity, but he was Saint Sovereign Heaven. His origin divinity was similarly incomparably powerful. Furthermore, it resided in the sea of consciousness. It was simply a fool's talk for Yi Yuan to want to use that move to directly breach his sea of consciousness. If Yi Yuan was still at the height of his power, he would naturally be a little fearful. But now, apart from surrendering without resistance, Yi Yuan had no other path to take. Zhang Kaiyun became more and more confident as he spoke and continued to say smugly, "Furthermore, do you think that a member of my Pill Alliance is the same as that fool just now? Without origin divinity attack means, my Pill Alliance's foundation is what you can imagine." Finish saying, Zhang Kaiyun's origin divinity power spread out. The expressions of the powerhouses around changed one after another. So strong. Zhang Kaiyun's origin divinity power and Yi Yuan's, one was like the noonday sun, while the other was like the sun setting in the west. There was no comparison at all. The illusory Yi Yuan was still very calm at this time and could not help laughing as he said, "So, this is all of your Lysis? You feel that I already don't have the strength to fight back now. You were sitting on top of the mountain watching the tigers fight previously, waiting for the two of us to wear each other out before you dare to come out and deal with me?" Zhang Kaiyun's face turned black. Yi Yuan's words were very insulting. Yi Yuan was indifferent to the black-faced Zhang Kaiyun and continued saying, "You Pill Alliance has a deep foundation. Your cultivation realm is similar to mine. Furthermore, your origin divinity is stowed in your sea of consciousness, this powerful, and you don't even dare to come out and have a frontal confrontation? Maybe if you made a move just now, the result would be totally different. Very sorry to tell you, true sovereign heaven isn't as weak as you imagine. The reason why Yen Jade True was beaten until like that by me was that he was just lacking an opportunity to catch his breath. Once he catches his breath, I'll only have one road open to me. It will be death." The more Yi Yuan said those words, the blacker Zhang Kaiyun's face became. He suddenly felt that he seemed to have missed something. Yi Yuan continued talking, saying so much, "I actually just want to tell you that you missed the best chance to capture or kill me. Although the current me is already an arrow at the end of its flight, killing a weakling like you, this degree is enough. No matter how plentiful your means, how deep your foundation, you're still too weak to stand up to a single blow in front of me." Zhang Kaiyun smiled coldly and said, "Brat, are you making an empty show of strength? Do you think that this exalt will let you off like this?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Making an empty show of strength? You're thinking too much." Zhang Kaiyun only felt his head go buzz, and then he did not know anything anymore. He did not even have the chance to release the big move that he was preparing. Chapter 2763, Brothers of One Mind, the Sharpness Can Cut Metal. Chapter 2763, Brothers of One Mind, the Sharpness Can Cut Metal. Dong. Zhang Kaiyun's dead body fell to the ground heavily. Everyone was startled, only then coming back to their senses. Dead. Earlier, what kind of great, soul-stirring battle was that? But now, they did not even detect origin divinity undulation, and Zhang Kaiyun was already dead. A Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouse was weak like a little chick. Hearing that Yi Yuan had the Heavenspan Mountain in his hands, there were still many people whose thoughts were stirring just now. But now, they immediately extinguished this thought. Too dangerous. What did the Pill Alliance's origin divinity secret arts amount to in front of the soul race's divine emergence? It was true that Yi Yuan had expended a lot of energy, but killing a Zhang Kaiyun at the same rank was not considered very hard. Go tell the Pill Alliance. Yi Yuan am back. Yi Yuan's gaze swept across the crowd, and he returned to the Heavenspan world. Very soon, news concerning this battle spread rapidly. In the 5 great heavenly regions, everything was in a stir. The true sovereign heaven that only existed in the legends appeared. But this true sovereign heaven had just appeared and was actually driven away by the Yi Yuan, who returned domineeringly. The Yi Yuan, who had once established the Pill Pavilion and triggered the Pill Alliance War, was not dead. He returned. He already grew to the point where he could instantly kill Saint Sovereign Heavens. Various major heavenly sects of the 5 great heavenly regions started to have their thoughts stir. Becoming the Pill Alliance's puppets was just due to the Pill Alliance's despotic power. The various sects' powerhouses were naturally not willing. That indifferent sentence when Yi Yuan left was undoubtedly telling the Pill Alliance that he, Yi Yuan, already had the ability to enact revenge. However, powerhouses from all around were still waiting and watching. They were waiting for how Yi Yuan would take vengeance on the Pill Alliance. At the Pill Alliance, In their great hall, several dozen powerful auras made people give sidelong glances. Li Changsheng was seated high above, his gaze staring at a saint-sovereign heaven below, and said nothing for a long time. The atmosphere in the great hall seemed very inhibiting. That saint-sovereign heaven, who was being stared at, had cold sweat breaking out profusely on his forehead. Finally, he could not endure this gaze and stepped out of the ranks and said, "General Alliance, at that time, I pierced through the void with one punch and completely messed up the spatial rule. Logically speaking, it's absolutely impossible for him to have survived." This person was precisely the Five Light Pill Alliance's alliance chief, who led the Pill Alliance to destroy the martial secure heavenly sect that day, Zhao Ding. When the news came, his first reaction was that it was nonsense. A greater sublime heavenly stratum actually survived under his punch. This sort of thing was too fantastical, but he has indeed lived. Not only did he survive, but he even cultivated to Saint Sovereign Heaven. Li Changsheng said indifferently, without joy nor sorrow, This, General Alliance, you give me a chance. I'll go kill him." Zhao Ding gritted his teeth and said, Li Changsheng looked right at him and said, "Can you kill him?" When Zhang Kaiyun confronted him, he was instantly killed by him with an origin divinity attack. Although your middle Saint Sovereign Heaven, are you sure that you can block his origin divinity attack? Zhao Ding was speechless. The news that came over was too ridiculous. The lower Saint Sovereign Heaven, Yi Yuan, actually beat a true sovereign heaven until he covered his head and scurried away. How could this kind of thing possibly happen? But it seemed like many impossible things had already happened. At this time, Li Changsheng suddenly took a jade slip out and said, "Coolly, this is an origin divinity defense mystic art. After cultivating it, it's sufficient to resist origin divinity attacks of the same level. During this period, you all put aside the affairs in your hands and cultivate well. No matter how strong that brat is, he's merely one person, that's all. He can't stir up much of a wave." The moment everyone heard, they were immediately overjoyed. Origin divinity attacks were extremely hard to defend against. With this, they would not be afraid of Yi Yuan anymore. Zhao Ding was overjoyed and said, "Many thanks, General Alliance. General Alliance, rest assured. After this subordinate cultivates this mystic art, I'll definitely go and kill this boy." Li Changsheng nodded slightly and did not say anything. A measly little Yi Yuan, he did not take him seriously. At the Blood Alliance, a man stood on top of the mountain with his hands behind his back, his gaze excited as he said, "Punk, I knew that you wouldn't die so easily. As long as the two of us brothers are around, martial secure, heavenly sect isn't destroyed. There will come one day where we'll annihilate the Pill Alliance." The famous Blood Alliance's alliance chief was precisely martial secure, heavenly sect's former heavens chosen, Luo Yunqing. These few years, he had been improved amidst slaughter, and finally he reached half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven. It was just that wanting to destroy the Pill Alliance was still far away, and not in the foreseeable future. Yi Yuan's return boosted his confidence, and he finally saw a glimmer of light. At the Heavenspan world, when Mi Tian saw Yi Yuan, he directly let loose a torrent of abuse. "U-B-A-S-T-A-R-D, why didn't you die outside? Got to scam your father each time. Messing around like you do, your father will be scammed by you until death before even returning home. Looking at your half-dead appearance, it's better off to be dead. Mi Tian made you mungly carry Yi Yuan's physical body back to the Labyrinth Divine Palace. He made use of the array formations in the Labyrinth Divine Palace to restore the fleshy boy's losses. But Yi Yuan was currently an out-and-out pauper. During his previous cultivation, Yi Yuan had depleted all of his heavenly crystals. Later, in order to push on with the journey, he used up the heavenly pills on him. Helpless, Mi Tian could only inject his own true dragon power into the array formation to help Yi Yuan make up for the losses. In the end, he suffered a great loss in vitality again this time. However, this time was better than the last time. He still had the strength to scold people. Seeing Yi Yuan's origin divinity's weak appearance, Yu Mengli said worriedly, "Big brother Yuan, are you all right?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "It's okay. The heaven-span world's hidden danger is considered completely uprooted this time. Later, I'll help you all reach heavenly stratum. We'll go to the 33 heavens together." Yu Mengli said, "Then, have you found a way to save elder sister Ling Xue?" Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Before long, I'll be able to help her condense her soul. Speaking of which, I still have to thank Senior Mi Tian for this matter." Humph! Mi Tian snorted coldly. These two people were publicly displaying affection, directly disregarding him. "You scold yours. I'll be mushy on my own." "Really? That's great. Heaven has eyes," finally being able to resurrect big sister Ling Xue. Yu Mengli jumped up excitedly. She knew what the greatest haze in Yi Yuan's heart was, so she was happy for Yi Yuan from the bottom of her heart. As for this origin divinity's injuries, it was nothing to Yi Yuan. The soul race fought with origin divinity state. Damage was inevitable. Since the divine emergence was the soul race's supreme canon, there was naturally the method to restore origin divinity. 3 months later, Yi Yuan finally recovered to his peak state. After Yi Yuan returned to Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven, he severed the plain Pa-S, Sageway with one sword, directly separating the heaven-span world and Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven. This way, he would completely have no worries. Without the plain Pa-S, Sageway, even if it was a Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouse, they would not be able to Pa-S through the boundary wall and reach the heaven-span world as well. Having just returned to the rain-clear continent, a figure came up to greet. It was precisely Luo Yunqing. "Yi Yuan! Haha, I finally found you." Yi Yuan's brows raised up, and he said in pleasant surprise, "Brother Luo, you're safe and sound. It's really great." After some small talk, Luo Yunqing smiled and said, "Yi Yuan, since you came back, join our blood alliance. Us brothers of one mind. The sharpness can cut metal. No matter how strong the Pill Alliance is, we can always destroy them one day." "The blood alliance?" Yi Yuan was taken aback and said in surprise, "It turns out that this blood alliance was actually founded by you." Luo Yunqing laughed loudly and said, "Right now, there are 36 organizations resisting the Pill Alliance in the 5 great heavenly regions. My blood alliance is the strongest one. Overthrowing the Pill Alliance is a heavy burden with a long way to go. But you and I, being of one mind, will be able to accomplish it one day." Yi Yuan looked at Luo Yunqing, a hint of strangeness revealing on his face. Chapter 2764. Be right back. Chapter 2764. Be right back. Seeing Yi Yuan's surprise, Luo Yunqing even thought that his achievements were surprising and could not help feeling more proud of himself in his heart. Indeed, in a short 100 years' time, not only did he cultivate to half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven himself, he even supported such a colossal team. He had the qualifications to be proud. "Brother Luo, is your strength the strongest in the Blood Alliance?" Yi Yuan asked. "Of course." Luo Yunqing nodded and said, "Our Blood Alliance has close to 1,000 people. There are a total of 3 Great Alliance chiefs, including me and 2 deputies, all half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven. The other 2 are the Myriad Manifestation Heavenly Sects and Shangyu Heavenly Sects powerhouses. Come, return to the Blood Alliance with me first. Let's plan out the future in detail. Luo Yunqing pulled Yi Yuan and gave no chance to explain before tearing across the air. Yi Yuan was helpless and could only head over half reluctantly. Yi Yuan was a little disappointed. They did not even have a Saint Sovereign Heaven. They could not stir any waves at all. To the Pill Alliance, they were simply small fries, right? Most likely, it was not even as intimidating as him throwing out a word. Along the trip, the two naturally could not dispense with a bout of small talk. Yi Yuan did not hide it either, briefly explaining the situation of him arriving at the land of Heavenly South in an accident arising from many causes. Luo Yunqing learned that Yi Yuan cultivated bitterly in the land of Heavenly South before he had today's accomplishments, and did not think too much either. However, over a short 100 years, it was already very difficult for Yi Yuan to be able to cultivate to Upper Jade, Sovereign Heaven. Along the way, Luo Yunqing did not dare to put on a grand display, and walked very carefully. Half a month later, the two people arrived at a mountain range at the edge of Day Creek, Heavenly Region. In the mountains, the waterfall was surging akin to the Milky Way hanging upside down. Luo Yunqing brought Yi Yuan, and actually Pa-S, said right through the large waterfall, and arrived in a spatial mystic realm. The scenery before their eyes changed. It was an altogether different world. In the mystic realm, there was a bustling scene. The vast majority of the people were cultivating. A minority was busying over miscellaneous affairs. Luo Yunqing smiled slightly and said, "Yi Yuan, how's my place?" Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said with a smile, "Not bad." He really felt that it was not bad. With Luo Yunqing's personality, he must have paid a lot to be able to build such a large foundation. This place was originally a small mystic realm. Our Blood Alliance captured it and transformed it into our base camp. Don't look at how the Pill Alliance is formidable. Once we hide here, even if they dig 3 feet below the ground, they won't be able to find us either. In the future, you cultivate here at ease. Leave the rest to me. Just as he was speaking, 2 figures came up to greet. The 2 people said in unison, "Alliance Chief." Luo Yunqing smiled and said, "2 brothers came just in time. Let me introduce him to you. Yi Yuan, this one was once the myriad manifestation Heavenly Sect's peerless genius. Yu Haizheng. This is Shanyu, Heavenly Sect's deputy sect master. Zhou Yunxiang. The 2 of them are now my Alliance Chief's deputy Alliance Chiefs, and are my left and right arms." Yi Yuan saluted the 2 of them, and said, "How do you do, brother, you brother Zhou?" Yu Haizheng smiled, and said, "I've long heard of younger brother Ye's great reputation. Pleased to meet you." Luo Yunqing continued, "2 brothers. This one is my martial secure, Heavenly Sect's Yi Yuan, the founder of the Pill Pavilion. Also, he's our Blood Alliance's new Alliance Chief, too." The moment these words came out, Yi Yuan got a shock and knew that things were going to be bad. Sure enough, the expressions of Yu and Zhou, 2 people, changed. "Alliance Chief, what's the meaning of this?" Zhou Yunxiang said with a solemn face. Luo Yunqing was indifferent and said with a smile, "Yi Yuan is my martial secure, Heavenly Sect's new sect master. He naturally can't be beneath this Luo. So from this day forth, Yi Yuan is my Blood Alliance's Alliance Chief." Before Yi Yuan said anything, Zhou Yunxiang said in a great rage, "Luo Yunqing, what do you treat the Blood Alliance as? We respect you as our Alliance Chief. That was you exchanging for it by fighting dauntlessly in BLOODY battles. This boy has yet to make the smallest contribution. What right does he have to be Alliance Chief? Your martial secure Heavenly Sect is your martial secure Heavenly Sect's business. What has it got to do with us?" Yu Haizheng also said, "Alliance Chief, please retract the order." The news that the Blood Alliance got was that Yi Yuan returned. As for what Yi Yuan had done in the true Yang heavenly domain, they were not aware. Under the high pressure from the Pill Alliance, it was too difficult for these scattered factions to want to get intel. Therefore, letting an upper Jade Sovereign Heaven be their alliance chief, they had 10,000 disapprovals. Luo Yunqing's anger loomed, but he still suppressed it and said in a solemn voice, "I've already decided on this matter. Don't mention it again." At this point, Yi Yuan had no choice but to speak. "Brother Luo, I have no intention of summing this position of alliance chief," Yi Yuan said. Luo Yunqing waved his hand lightly and said, "Before Ancestor Pa said on, he already said before, to have me help you revive the martial secure heavenly sect. Now, how can I override the sect master? Don't mention this matter again." Zhou Yunxiang also had a crude personality and said in a cold voice, "Punk, don't be phony here. We won't let you be the alliance chief. Moreover, back then, if not for you, our 5 Sex Tao teachings also wouldn't have been destroyed." Luo Yunqing's gaze turned intent, and he said in a cold voice, "Zhou Yunxiang, what do you mean?" Zhou Yunxiang smiled coldly and said, "Don't you understand what I mean?" Luo Yunqing said in a great rage, "The Pill Alliance schemed for a long time. Even without the Pill Pavilion, they would have launched an attack sooner or later. Furthermore, at that time, there wouldn't even be us, these remnant SPAWNS. Don't you even understand this?" Zhou Yunxiang said with a cold snort, "So what? Blood Alliance was founded by our brothers using their lives. I only don't want some random Tom, D-I-C-K, or Harry that came to harvest our fruits." Yi Yuan could not help being speechless when he heard it. A faction that did not even have Saint Sovereign Heavens. Would he be interested? Don't look at how each and every one of these people seemed very impressive, rendering the Pill Alliance helpless. In reality, they were merely a joke in the Pill Alliance's eyes. Boom. Suddenly, the mystic realm shook. Everyone's expression changed. And right at this time, a subordinate suddenly came to report in a panic. "3 Alliance chiefs. Things are bad. Our mystic realm has already been surrounded by the Pill Alliance until not even water can seep through." Luo Yunqing's expression changed wildly, and he said, "Who did the Pill Alliance send?" The subordinate's complexion was deathly pale as he said, "There are 15 half-step Saint Sovereign Heavens outside, and countless Jade Sovereign Heaven and limitless Sublime Heaven powerhouses. Our base should have been exposed." The moment everyone heard, their faces turned deathly pale. They had no way of matching this power at all. The Pill Alliance's army clearly came prepared. Zhou Yunxiang's expression turned dark, and he pointed at Yi Yuan angrily and said, "It must be this boy. He just arrived, and the Pill Alliance's people came. Luo Yunqing, you still want him to be the alliance chief?" Luo Yunqing said in a great rage, "Zhou Yunxiang, keep talking, and your father will kill you. Yi Yuan is loyal and righteous. It's absolutely impossible to betray us." But Zhou Yunxiang did not buy it, and said with a sneer, "One may know a person for a long time without understanding his true nature. Moreover, so many years have said. How do you know that he didn't change? A measly little greater sublime, heavenly stratum back, then became an upper Jade Sovereign Heaven in a short 100 years. Don't you find it strange?" Clank! Luo Yunqing's long sword suddenly left its sheath, and a sword charged toward Zhou Yunxiang. Zhou Yunxiang could question him, but he could not question Yi Yuan. However, this sword was blocked. The one who blocked this sword was none other than precisely Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Isn't it just a group of half-step Saint Sovereign Heavens? Leave it to me. Brother Luo, wait for a moment. I'll be right back." Chapter 2765. Dumbfounded. Chapter 2765. Dumbfounded. Yi Yuan's voice had yet to fade when Yu Haizheng stopped him. What? You lured the Pill Alliance's people over. And now, you still want to leave? Yu Haizheng said with a cold smile. The timing was too coincidental. They had just reached, and the Pill Alliance's people came. It was not up to the Blood Alliance's people to not suspect, and in reality, Yi Yuan had also been very careful along the way. His divine sense had always been spread out. Even if there were Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses following them, it absolutely could not escape Yi Yuan's probing too. Therefore, Yi Yuan was very sure that the Blood Alliance's base camp was indeed exposed. In reality, with the Pill Alliance's present strength, if they really made up their mind to deal with the Blood Alliance, how could there be the logic of not being able to find them? The reason why they let them do as they pleased was actually merely just waiting for them to grow fat before slaughtering. If he was the Pill Alliance's alliance chief, he would do the same too. Rather than there being opposing voices everywhere, might as well fatten them up and round them up in one fell swoop. And he himself was merely there at the right time. That was all. Yi Yuan sighed slightly and said, Brother Yu is mistaken, but this place is already exposed. You all had best gather your things and prepare to leave. Finished saying that, Yi Yuan's figure swayed, and he directly vanished in front of Yu Haizheng's eyes. What a joke! Regarding the present Yi Yuan, his spatial rule already reached late-stage 4th level. How could a mere Yu Haizheng stop him? Yu Haizheng's expression changed wildly. Turning his head to look, he discovered that Yi Yuan's figure was already gone. Yu Haizheng was exploded with fury and yelled coldly, Luo Yinqing, look what you've done. We've shared life and death for more than 100 years. You actually invited a wolf into the house and let 1,000 brothers fall into a death trap. Zhou Yunxiang smiled coldly and said, Ho Luo Yinqing, you're very good. You actually drew your sword against me. At this time, Luo Yinqing also calmed down. Drawing a deep breath, he said, 2 brothers, it was me who was impulsive just now. But to say that Yi Yuan betrayed the martial secure heavenly sect, I won't believe it even if I die. Being confronted by a formidable enemy, we can't have internal strife. 2 brothers, let's tide over the difficult hurdle this time first. Later, you guys charge out with me. I'll do all that I can and delay the half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses as much as possible. The 2 of you bring our brothers to break out of the encirclement. How many can escape will depend on fate. Hearing that, Luo Yinqing said, so Yu Haizheng 2 people also knew that the matter was of utmost importance. Having internal strife at this time was equivalent to seeking death. The 2 nodded their heads and started counting the men, preparing to break out of the encirclement. For the Blood Alliance to be able to become the #1 great faction, they naturally did not have an undeserved reputation. The 1,000-strong troop was done, assembling very quickly. Luo Yunqing took the lead, and everyone had an expression full of a stirring and solemn and, bleak spirit to die on their faces. Clearly, they were all prepared to fight to the death. Luo Yunqing's gaze turned intent, and he shouted loudly, Kill! Kill! Luo Yunqing leaped and was about to charge out of the mystic realm. But right at this time, a figure appeared at the entrance. Yi Yuan looked at everyone and said with a smile, All packed? Just nice then. This place isn't somewhere to stay for long. Let's go. Everyone exchanged glances, especially Zhou Yunxiang and Yu Haizheng, 2 people who had confused faces. Why did this guy come back? If this guy was a traitor, why would he come back? If he was not, this guy was spotless and did not seem like he had experienced a great battle at all. What in the world was going on? Also, where were the scouts? Why hasn't a single one returned until now? Yi Yuan, why did you come back? With your movement technique, escaping shouldn't be a problem. Hurry up and go. Luo Yunqing said with a frown. Yi Yuan smiled and said, I naturally came to bring you all away. Come with me. Finished saying, Yi Yuan turned around and went out of the mystic realm. Luo Yunqing's gaze turned intent, and he followed after. Pass, sing through the entrance. Luo Yunqing raised his aura to the highest, preparing to battle. But very soon, he was stupefied. There wasn't a single person outside of the large waterfall. Swuz. H. Plus swuz. H. Plus swuz. H. Plus the Blood Alliance army came out of the Pa.S. Sageway one after another. After coming out, they were stunned too. Wasn't it said that they were surrounded? Wasn't it said that there were countless powerhouses? Where were the people? At this time, a scout suddenly scurried out. Zhou Yunxiang shouted coldly, W-A-N-G Chun, what have the few of you been doing? W-A-N-G Chun smiled bitterly and said, Alliance Chief Zhou, just now, I was seriously dumbfounded and momentarily forgot to come in to report. Zhou Yunxiang's brows furrowed slightly. He knew that the members of the Blood Alliance were all veterans of 100 battles. What kind of grand occasion had they not seen before? What could render even a wily old fox like W.A.N.G. Chun dumbfounded? He could not help looking towards Yi Yuan, thinking to himself, it wouldn't be that this guy did something, right? How was this possible? What kind of earth-shattering major thing could an upper Jade Sovereign Heaven do? But W.A.N.G. Chun gave Yi Yuan a glance fearfully and said, The moment this lord came out, he killed off all of the other party's half-step Saint Sovereign Heavens within 10 breaths. The Pill Alliance's army scattered and fled in disorder in a blink of an eye. His Excellency pursued all the way and slew all of the other party's Jade Sovereign Heavens. Dead silence. What kind of freaking fantasy tale are you talking about? An upper Jade Sovereign Heaven killed off all the half-step Saint Sovereign Heavens in 10 breaths. Suddenly, Zhou Yunxiang exploded in anger and said, W.A.N.G. Chun, what nonsense are you saying? You mean he killed the Pill Alliance's army by himself? W.A.N.G. Chun's expression was ugly as he said, it's like that. Yi Yuan was indifferent and said with a smile, Have the corpses been gathered? W.A.N.G. Chun nodded and said, The brothers are currently gathering them. It should be about done. Your Excellency, I'll bring you over. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and followed. The corpses of half-step Saint Sovereign Heavens naturally had quite a number of spoils. To the Blood Alliance, it was a huge harvest too. Very soon, corpses that strewn across the land appeared in front of everyone. The whole place fell into dead silence once again. Li Chuan, Chai Meng, Yang Nan, they are all dead. Zhou Yunxiang looked at these dead bodies, his A-L-L-S almost popping out. These half-step Saint Sovereign Heavens had fought with them many times. The Blood Alliance had suffered big losses at these few people's hands. Now they were actually all dead. Suddenly, Luo Yunqing laughed loudly and said, Yi Yuan, you really broadened my horizons today. You punk, you really hid from me bitterly. Yi Yuan smiled and said, You didn't ask either. As he said, he looked at Zhou Yunxiang and said with a smile, Brother Zhou, brother you, now, I can prove that I'm not a traitor, right? Zhou Yunxiang revealed a smile that was even uglier than crying and said, Oh, of course. He currently wished to find a hole in the ground to tunnel into. From the very start, he had been questioning Yi Yuan's qualifications. Later, He even questioned that Yi Yuan was a traitor and that the people were brought by him. But now, facts proved that Yi Yuan was simply their savior. Today, if not for Yi Yuan, the Blood Alliance would have been totally finished. As for Yu Haijing, he even broke out in cold sweat. He actually wanted to make a move against Yi Yuan just now. Yi Yuan killed half-step Saint Sovereign Heavens like killing chickens. If so, then to kill him alone, he reckoned that just lifting a hand would do. How could an upper jade Sovereign Heaven be so terrifying? Lord, Yi, just now it was all this you who had eyes but couldn't see. Hope that Lord Yi doesn't take it to heart. Yu Haijing said with a bitter smile. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said with a smile, "Two brothers don't have to be like this." It wasn't easy for the Blood Alliance to rise up. Being a little cautious is a must. In reality, I didn't come to the Blood Alliance to be your alliance chief, but came to invite Brother Luo and the two of you to make a trip to Myriad Demons Mountain together. But now, your base has already been exposed, and you can't continue staying here. Why don't you bring the brothers along and go to Myriad Demons Mountain with me? The moment these words came out, everyone's faces changed again. Luo Yinqing said in surprise, "Yi Yuan, Myriad Demons Mountain is the territory of true spirits, with countless powerhouses in it. There are even Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses. Can we, these people, go?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Relax. Would I harm you?" Chapter 2766, The Present All-Saint Temple. Chapter 2766, The Present All-Saint Temple. Entering the Myriad Demons Mountain, the hearts of Luo Yinqing and the rest tensed up. Waves of powerful auras came from all around. These were all the auras of Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses. This bit of people, were too weak in front of the true spirit army. But what surprised them was that they actually proceeded unimpeded all the way. Coming out of the base, the Blood Alliance also received a lot of news along the way. The factions opposing the Pill Alliance in the 5 great heavenly regions, out of the 36 strongest ones, more than half of them were destroyed. The remaining ones also suffered heavy casualties. This piece of news made Luo Yinqing and the rest feel lingering fear. Zhou Yunxiang and Yu Haijing were even ashamed until they could not even lift their heads. At this time, if they still did not understand what happened, then they could forget about being the Deputy Alliance chiefs. They realized that Yi Yuan really caught up to this upheaval by chance. But it was also precisely because of this that Yi Yuan saved everyone in the Blood Alliance, and they actually even misunderstood Yi Yuan, thinking that Yi Yuan betrayed them. The party arrived at Bull Demon Mountain, and it instantly became lively. "Hall Master Yi." H-E-L. "Lo, Master Yi." "Hall Master Yi is back." Seeing one powerhouse after another greet Yi Yuan, everyone felt extremely shocked. It seemed like Yi Yuan was living very well on Myriad Demons Mountain. Suddenly, an unparalleled and powerful aura arrived from afar with a howl. Luo Yinqing, 3 people exchanged a glance, their expressions suddenly changing. The aura of a Saint Sovereign Heaven. In a blink of an eye, they saw Big Yellow's figure appear in front of Yi Yuan. Big Yellow chuckled and said, "You all are Master Ye's friends, right? I'm just Master Ye's servant. Don't need to be courteous with me. Just call me Big Yellow." "As servant." Luo Yinqing almost bit his tongue off. A Saint Sovereign Heaven was actually Yi Yuan's servant. Luo Yinqing wished to find a hole in the ground to burrow into now. Too freaking embarrassed. As Sing. To think that after he met Yi Yuan, he kept showing off about his great achievements over the years. Who knew that Yi Yuan, he already took a Saint Sovereign Heaven in as a servant. Compared to this, what did the Blood Alliance count as? With a slap from Big Yellow, the entire Blood Alliance would be destroyed. Zhou Yunxiang, two people were even more embarrassed. As said, they kept stopping Yi Yuan from being the alliance chief previously, and almost drew their weapons against Luo Yunxing. When Yi Yuan said that he was not going to be the Blood Alliance's alliance chief back then, Zhou Yunxiang even scolded him for being phony. In the end, he really looked down on it. But Big Yellow ignored their surprise and said to Yi Yuan, "Master Yi, you're finally back." Big Yellow was worried sick these few years. Later on, I went back several times but couldn't find you and that person, so I could only return. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Was threatening but not dangerous. It's finally resolved. How are the preparations on this side?" Big Yellow beamed and said, "Master Yi, make a guess how many Saint Sovereign Heavens our All Saint Temple has now." Yi Yuan could not help laughing as he said, "Quickly say, stop leaving me hanging." Big Yellow smiled and said, "Including the original 9 of us, there are a total of 35 Saint Sovereign Heavens now. The batch of half-step Saint Sovereign Heavens previously have already all stepped into Saint Sovereign Heaven now. These few years, the phenomenon in the sky above our All-Saint Temple has never stopped." Yi Yuan did not feel anything, but Luo Yunqing, 3 people's legs turned soft, and they nearly stumbled to the ground. A total of 35 Saint Sovereign Heavens. You're freaking messing with me, right? Adding up the Saint Sovereign Heavens on the entire Rainclear continent. Were there 35? This guy must be boasting. While talking, a woman walked toward them. Seeing Yi Yuan, she immediately bowed and said, "Master Yi is back. Kong Ling thanks Master Yi for bestowing the pill." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "You're King Kong Ling? Oh, no, I should be calling you Saint Exalt Kong Ling now. If not for Master Yi, Kong Ling would probably have no hope for Saint Sovereign Heaven in this life. If Master Yi has any errands, feel free to instruct." "Ha, then I'll be troubling Saint Exalt Kong Ling. Master Yi is too courteous. It is ought to be." After speaking, Kong Ling left. Along the way, he really ped into many acquaintances. Yi Yuan had met these people at the Myriad Spirits Summit before. At that time, they were still all half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven. Now, they all broke through to Saint Sovereign Heaven already. When these people saw Yi Yuan, they were naturally incomparably polite. Along the way, Yi Yuan was extremely busy. When a Saint Sovereign Heaven walked by, Zhou Yunxiang could not help swallowing his saliva and said to Yu Haijing, "How many was this?" Yu Haijing took a deep breath and said with a bitter smile, "The 7th one." Zhou Yunxiang also smiled bitterly and said, "I've lived my whole life and have never seen before so many Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses. When did Saint Sovereign Heavens become cabbages too?" The 3 people exchanged a glance, all smiling bitterly without stopping. Hoo-hoo, the Saint Sovereign Heavens who broke through these few years were too many. The Myriad Demons Mountains, all sorts of affairs need them to handle, so it seems a little messy. Big Yellow explained. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "How's Heavenly South that side?" Big Yellow said, "We sent a batch of heavenly pills over. The 2 great hall masters and 3 great family heads, as well as City Lord Manor's City Lord Ironcore, have all already broken through to Saint Sovereign Heaven. The land of Heavenly South has 6 great Saint Sovereign Heavens now." Luo Yunqing, 3 people were already shocked until their innards had S, H, I plus feted positions. Even on that day when the 5 great heavenly sects were destroyed, they were also not as shocked as they were today. For more than 100 years, they fought all the way, forcefully carving out a blood path before they had a 1,000-strong blood alliance. But what did Yi Yuan do? This guy actually created a Saint Sovereign Heaven army. Now, just from what they heard, there were already 41 Saint Sovereign Heavens. No matter how formidable the Pill Alliance was, it was also impossible to have so many Saint Sovereign Heavens, right? Blood Alliance's alliance chief. Luo Yunqing even had the desire to cry now. With extremely shocked feelings, the party arrived at All Saint Temple. Yi Yuan said, "Are there still sacred destiny pills?" Big Yellow nodded and said, "There are a lot of sacred destiny pills." The 3 hall masters used 3 bottles for cultivation. The rest were distributed to those half-step Saint Sovereign Heavens. There are still 2 bottles remaining now, with almost 20 pills. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "Give them 3. Brother Luo, Brother Zhou, Brother Yu, you guys stay in the All Saint Temple with peace of mind these few days and prepare to break through to Saint Sovereign Heaven. The Pill Alliance exterminated our 5 great heavenly regions and enslaved the Rain-Clear continent. Before long, we'll definitely make them pay their debts in blood." Zhou Yunxiang muttered, Saint Sovereign Heaven? He had never thought that he would actually be able to break through to Saint Sovereign Heaven one day. Although he reached half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven, he really did not have any ideas about Saint Sovereign Heaven. This step was way too difficult. So much so that when Yi Yuan said Saint Sovereign Heaven now, he felt like he was dreaming. Luo Yunqing smiled bitterly and said, "It turns out that when you followed me to the Blood Alliance, you were planning to let the few of us break through to Saint Sovereign Heaven?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Otherwise, what did you think?" That day, the Pill Alliance brought close to 200 Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses to destroy our martial secure heavenly sect. Today, I'll bring dozens of Saint Sovereign Heavens to trample their Pill Alliance. I don't believe that his Pill Alliance can overturn the heavens. One sentence made Luo Yunqing 3 people's blood seethe with excitement. They thought that their sect's revenge would likely be far away and not in the foreseeable future. Who could have expected that hope was near at hand? Chapter 2767, 3 Strikes Breaking the Mountain Gates. Chapter 2767, 3 Strikes Breaking the Mountain Gates. After over 100 years, the martial secure heavenly sect back then already became totally different. Back then, the top bra, S of the martial secure heavenly sect died in battle. Thousands of disciples fled in all directions, and there were crumbling walls and ruins everywhere. But now, many large buildings rose straight from the ground. This place was grander compared to the martial secure heavenly sect back then. This place was presently where the Pill Alliance's martial secure branch alliance was at. But the buildings were magnificent, and powerhouses were as plentiful as clouds. 100 years Pa said, the Pill Alliance concentrated the entire Rain-Clear continent's resources and nurtured batch after batch of top powerhouses. These few years, they gave birth to a large batch of Saint Sovereign Heavens, let alone talk about half-step Saint Sovereign Heavens and Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses. In this martial secure branch, just the half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses were as many as more than 10. The significance of half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven was different from grand completion Jade Sovereign Heaven. Half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven, that was the reserve power of Saint Sovereign Heaven that could break through at any time. After that battle, the Pill Alliance part. 1. Tionied 15 big and small regions on the foundation of the 5 great heavenly regions, Ubelis, plussing the 5 great heavenly regions division. And each region had a branch holding down the fort. The alliance chief of the branch were all Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses. Furthermore, there were transmission arrays connecting each branch. The branch also established a unified transmission array between the various major heavenly sects, as well as great nations. This way, the Pill Alliance strengthened their control over the 5 great heavenly regions greatly. The various major heavenly sects could not set off any waves at all. If there was really someone concocting a scheme, the Pill Alliance's powerhouses could arrive right away. At this time, Yi Yuan was standing before the Marshall Secure Branch's Mountain Pass gates, his gaze looking toward the main peak with a reminiscing expression. Who is it to dare be here? Don't you know what this place is? Hurry up and get lost, otherwise you'll get it. 2 jade sovereign heavens flew out and were about to chase Yi Yuan away. Yi Yuan did not get angry either, saying with a smile, I really don't know. What is this place? One of them said in a solemn voice, Ignorant fool, this place is the Pill Alliance's Marshall Secure Branch. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said smilingly, Then that's right. The Pill Alliance should feel hurt after destroying this place, right? The expressions of the 2 jade sovereign heavens changed wildly, and they knew that he came to make trouble and was about to make a move. But how could Yi Yuan give them a chance? Only to see him throw a punch out lightly. The 2 people directly turned into a cloud of blood mist. 3 years had already passed since Yi Yuan returned to the Myriad Demons Mountain. In these 3 years, Yi Yuan used true grade, heavenly pills and forcefully raised his realm to grand completion Jade Sovereign Heaven. Now, he was only a step away from breaking through. His origin divinity already reached Saint Sovereign Heaven, and his physical body also reached the limit of Jade Sovereign Heaven. Breaking through to Saint Sovereign Heaven was just something that would happen naturally without extra effort. But forcibly breaking through would cause the foundation to be unstable. Therefore, Yi Yuan needed to consolidate his realm first before breaking through, and then only look for an opportunity to do so. Fighting was naturally the best method. Challenging the Pill Alliance's branch could firstly get him accustomed to his cultivation realm. Secondly, it could feel out the Pill Alliance's situation. Therefore, he came to the Marshall Secure Branch all by himself. In the mountain gates, gate-guarding disciples saw this scene and could not help getting a shock, hurriedly sending out emergency communication out. A disciple cried out in alarm, Hurry up and activate the Mountain Protecting Grand Array. Hurry up and activate the Mountain Protecting Grand Array. The Mountain Protecting Grand Array was also activated right away. They saw that Yi Yuan was extremely strong previously. That was why they notified Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses to come, who knew that the other party was unreasonable and directly killed them with a punch. At this time, the Mountain Protecting Grand Array activated, giving off undulations that were sufficient to suppress and kill Saint Sovereign Heavens, calming them down slightly. After all, the other party was just a grand completion Jade Sovereign Heaven. This Mountain Protecting Grand Array was laid down by the General Alliance's Grade 5 Heavenly Formation Master. Its power immense. Even if a Saint Sovereign Heaven Trespa said they would be seeking death too. Yi Yuan grinned. The Myriad Realms Mountain after the upgrade was already in his hand. He recited a spell, and then he uttered, Go. The Myriad Realms Mountain directly turned into a giant mountain and squelched down towards the Mountain Protecting Grand Array. All of Marshall Secure Branch's powerhouses saw this giant mountain. Each one of them, their expressions changed wildly. It can block, right? It must be able to block. The other party is merely a grand completion Jade Sovereign Heaven. How can he possibly breach the Mountain Protecting Grand Array? But this pressure is really so terrifying. Crack! The Myriad Realms Mountain and the Mountain Protecting Grand Array came into contact, and a shattering sound was immediately heard. Immediately, the powerful Mountain Protecting Grand Array had countless fine cracks fissuring apart. When all the powerhouses saw this scene, each and every one of their expressions changed wildly. A little interesting. This Pill Alliance's origin is mysterious. Indeed, they have some means. This Grand Array is not ordinary. As Yi Yuan said, the divine essence in his body poured out crazily again. The Myriad Realms Mountain fell from the sky, once more suppressing down. Crack! The fine cracks on the mountain protecting Grand Array became even more. Collapse was only in the next moment. This is a grade 2 Grand Miss treasure. How is this possible? When Zhao Ding saw this scene, his complexion could not help turning deathly pale. This Martial Secure Branch's alliance chief was precisely the main culprit who destroyed the Martial Secure Heavenly Sect and killed He Shuyan and Feng Shuani. Zhao Ding, in the branch. The others also had terrified expressions and even started preparing to flee. The power of this Myriad Realms mountain was seriously too strong. Break for me, Yi Yuan bellowed, and the Myriad Realms mountain crashed down with a loud bang for the third time. Boom! The mountain protecting Grand Array shattered in response, and the Myriad Realms mountain fell directly on the front mountain. In an instant, wails of doom filled the lands. The Pill Alliance disciples staying in the front mountain who were crushed to death were beyond count. In reality, it was effortless for Yi Yuan to pass through the Grand Array. However, he intentionally created this commotion in order to make the Pill Alliance despair, just like how they brought it to the Martial Secure Heavenly Sect back then. Even if he expended a large amount of divine essence, he would not hesitate to. Grade 2 Grand Miss treasure. The power was unrivaled and terrifying. The consumption was naturally huge too. With Yi Yuan's present strength, he could at most control it around 5 times. Once the 5 times was up, he would be powerless to control it anymore. However, these 5 times, even if it was a Middle Saint Sovereign Heaven who was struck solidly, they would definitely die beyond doubt too. Where did this little saboteur come from to dare act wildly at my Pill Alliance? Zhao Ding roared and arrived in an instant. When Yi Yuan saw the arrival, his brows could not help raising. He did not recognize Zhao Ding, but he would never forget this aura. So it's you. Hoo-hoo, it saved me the trouble of going to the Pill Alliance's General Alliance to find people. I didn't expect that you actually stayed in the Martial Secure Heavenly Sect. Yi Yuan looked at Zhao Ding and said with a smile that was not a smile. Zhao Ding's brows furrowed, and he said, "You know me?" He merely gave Yi Yuan a punch across the air back then, and did not know Yi Yuan's aura. And the Yi Yuan back then was merely an ant that could be easily crushed to death in his eyes. That was all. Even if a huge commotion was caused, he did not pay attention to it either. A genius who had not grown up was nothing at all. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "More than 100 years ago, you gave me a punch across the air. Have you forgotten all about it now? You're Yi Yuan." Zhao Ding's shock was by no means insignificant. He did not know that Yi Yuan actually had a grade 2 Grand Miss treasure in his hands. That power just now, it was sufficient even to kill him too. Of course, power was power, but whether or not it could hit was another matter altogether. Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses would not stand there foolishly for Yi Yuan to suppress and kill. However, he also knew that Yi Yuan's origin divinity had already reached Saint Sovereign Heaven, and he could instantly kill same rank powerhouses. Not seeing him for a short 100 years, this guy actually already grew to such a level. Too terrifying. Oh, it looks like I still have some fame to actually be able to be remembered by a Saint Sovereign Heaven. Back then, you brought people to destroy my Martial Secure Heavenly Sect. Then today, I'll destroy your Martial Secure branch by myself. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. It isn't too overboard, right? Yi Yuan grinned, his figure instantly disappearing from where he originally was. Zhao Ding's expression changed wildly. In a blink of an eye, Yi Yuan had already entered the Mountain Pa S gates. Saker began. Chapter 2768, Casual Demonstration of Power. Chapter 2768, casual demonstration of power. D.A.M.N.it. This boy's spatial rule has already attained sublimity. What a fast speed. Zhao Ding, this middle Saint Sovereign Heaven, could only eat dust under Yi Yuan's spatial rule too. He could not make Yi Yuan stay by himself. Quickly run. Split up and run. Zhao Ding shouted loudly, instantly spreading throughout the entire mountain pass. S-gates. The expressions of those Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses changed greatly when they heard it. How could they have time to hesitate, instantly fleeing in all directions? Yi Yuan spread his divine sense and was able to capture the positions of all the powerhouses. Boom! Yi Yuan caught up to an upper Jade Sovereign Heaven with a lunge and blew him up with one punch. U-B-A-S-T-A-R-D, this exalt will kill you. Zhao Ding was raging. Catching up to Yi Yuan, it was one move. But Yi Yuan did not have the intention of fighting with him at all. With a flash, he evaded him again. Boom! Yi Yuan slammed a punch out, and the ground fissured. A large swarm of limitless sublime heavenly stratum and greater sublime heavenly stratum disciples were either instantly killed or injured. Zhao Ding's 2 eyes were blood red, and he was in a thunderous rage. Some of these disciples were killed or injured. He did not care. But with how Yi Yuan was slaughtering people, even if it was the Pill Alliance, they could not afford it if the number was too high too. Failing to kill Yi Yuan incurred the General Alliance's displeasure to begin with. If Yi Yuan exterminated the sect this time, then he really would not be able to lift his head anymore. But he could not do anything about it. He could not catch up to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan made use of spatial rule. His speed was extremely fast. Even if it was killing Jade Sovereign Heavens, it was merely a snap of his fingers too. By the time Zhao Ding caught up, Yi Yuan had gone hunting down the others again. This feeling of powerlessness nearly drove Zhao Ding crazy. The other party was merely a grand completion Jade Sovereign Heaven. Ho-hoo, the Pill Alliance's disciples are really weak. Back then, when you killed your way up to the Martial Secure Heavenly Sect, did you have this kind of mentality too? Yi Yuan's mocking voice came from the air. Boom! Yi Yuan punched again, directly killing the half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven, who was currently flying away. With his half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven physical body combined with Chaos True Spirit bloodline, killing a same rank half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven was too easy. In a short few hundred breaths, Yi Yuan slew 5 half-step Saint Sovereign Heavens, 20 over Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses, and countless low-level martial artists. The entire high-end combat power of the Martial Secure branch was eradicated by 1/3 all at once. Zhao Ding was at his heel howling away, but could not do anything about Yi Yuan. D.A.M.N.it. 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 This exalt will definitely kill you today. Zhao Ding roared. Yi Yuan could not help laughing when he heard that, and said, "Are Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses all as feeble as you?" Roaring here and there are only those few words. "Come on, kill me." Right at this time, the void trembled. 2 figures burst out of the sky. When Zhao Ding saw the arrivals, he could not help being wildly ecstatic and exclaimed, "Wu Xingrui, Lin Zhongwei, you guys came just in time. Help me delay this punk. I'll kill him." Right when Yi Yuan was suppressing the mountain protecting Grand Array with the Myriad Realms Mountain, Zhao Ding already asked all parties for help. At this time, these 2 finally arrived first. Wu Xingrui, 2 people could not help being stunned when they saw the desolation all over the mountain and dead bodies everywhere. Martial Secure branch was wiped out by a grand completion Jade Sovereign Heaven. One had to know that the Martial Secure branch was one of the strongest branches among the 15 branches. Zhao Ding was even a Middle Saint Sovereign Heaven Mighty expert. Now, he actually failed to take down a grand completion Jade Sovereign Heaven. However, seeing Yi Yuan's Astonies, plussing speed, they understood very quickly. Okay, leave it to us. Wu Xingrui, two people exchanged a glance and immediately set off to intercept Yi Yuan. Zhao Ding laughed loudly and said, "Boy, this time I'll see where you run to." One person could only follow behind Yi Yuan and eat dust, but these three great Saint Sovereign Heavens could shrink the encirclement and reduce Yi Yuan's escape routes. Coupled with Zhao Ding's powerful strength, surrounding and killing Yi Yuan was not impossible. Reaching the level of Saint Sovereign Heaven, one comprehended heaven and earth great Tao, and shuttled through the void. The usefulness of spatial rule became significantly diminished. It was also that Yi Yuan's spatial rule was extremely strong. If it was any other Jade Sovereign Heaven, Zhao Ding would have smacked them to death with one slap. Seeing three great Saint Sovereign Heavens besieging, Yi Yuan did not panic. He gave a cold laugh, his figure advancing instead of retreating, and actually directly met with Lin Zhongwei. Zhao Ding's expression changed wildly, and he shouted, "He's going to use an Origin Divinity attack. Be careful!" Origin Divinity attacks had a certain range limit. Therefore, Yi Yuan got close to Lin Zhongwei precisely in order to directly one-shot him. However, Yi Yuan also did not expect that the Pill Alliance's foundation was so deep to have actually cultivated Origin Divinity Defense Mystic Arts in advance. The Origin Divinity Defense Mystic Art that Li Changsheng personally took out was not some commonware. Otherwise, he would have long disseminated it. Getting the warning, Lin Zhongwei's expression changed wildly, and he immediately activated the mystic art. True soul explosion. Yi Yuan roared angrily, Origin Divinity power bursting out. Buzz. Lin Zhongwei only felt his Origin Divinity burst, his entire person being stunned, standing there sluggishly. But he did not die. The Origin Divinity Defense Mystic Art took effect. It. Yi Yuan cursed in a low voice, sing right through the forest from Lin Zhongwei's direction. Zhao Ding and Wu Xingrui were chasing him too closely. He had no way of acting. He could kill Lin Zhongwei with one sword, but he would also have to die at the hands of Zhao Jian, two people. Middle Saint Sovereign Heaven was no joke. Although Yi Yuan was currently powerful, he still had not reached the level of killing Middle Saint Sovereign Heavens. The gap between the realms was too big, but he really did not expect that the Pill Alliance actually had such a powerful Origin Divinity Defense Mystic Art. One had to know his Origin Divinity Mystic Art originated from the Divine Emergence. Even if the other party had a physical body, he could still one-shot those in the same rank. But Lin Zhongwei forcefully blocked it. Yi Yuan was clear in his heart that this must be the sequela left behind from his battle with Yen Jie back then. This bunch of guys had likely all cultivated this secret technique. However, it was also that there were three people encircling and suppressing him this time. If there was only one person, it was not hard for him to kill the other party. Although this defense mystic art was strong, his offensive mystic art was stronger. Didn't they see that Lin Zhongwei's entire person was dazed after being bombarded? Ha ha ha, consider yourselves lucky. I won't be playing with you all anymore this time. However, you guys have to guard your homes well. I'll come at any time. Yi Yuan laughed loudly and left just like that. Zhao Ding, two people could not catch up in time at all. If Yi Yuan wanted to kill people, they could naturally surround and kill. But if Yi Yuan wholeheartedly wanted to escape, they could not stop him at all. Lin Zhongwei also finally regained his senses at this time, but his eyes were still blank. What happened just now? Zhao Ding's expression was ugly to the extreme. 3 Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses, including a middle Saint Sovereign Heaven among them, besieged a grand completion Jade Sovereign Heaven, and actually still let the other party run away. This guy's Origin Divinity attack is so strong. Lin Zhongwei activated his defense, and he was actually still stunned by him. If fighting one-on-one, he'll kill you guys as easily as flipping his hand over. Zhao Ding said with a gloomy face. Wu Xingrui felt lingering fear too, and said with a nod, "This boy's spatial rule is extremely strong, and his Origin Divinity attack is strange and unpredictable, really difficult to deal with." Zhao Ding looked at the wrecked Mountain Pa S gates and felt a headache. This boy probably won't give up just like that. You guys hurry back and set up defenses. I'll report back to the General Alliance now. Chapter 2769. Practice. Chapter 2769. Practice. What did you say? Lin Zhongwei activated the Vajra Dharma body and was actually still injured by his Origin Divinity attack. At the Pill Alliance, Li Changxing suddenly stood up after hearing Zhao Ding's report. His eyes were full of shock. No one understood the prowess of the Vajra Dharma body. This Origin Divinity defense mystic art, better than him. Even across the entire Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven, this mystic art was sufficient to rank in the top 10 too. But Yi Yuan's Origin Divinity offensive mystic art was actually a level stronger. What did this indicate? This showed that the level of Yi Yuan's Origin Divinity offensive mystic art was higher than the Vajra Dharma body. In such a remote, rain-clear continent, where did such a formidable Origin Divinity mystic art come from? Originally, Li Changxing did not care about Yi Yuan at all. But now, it was not up to him to not take him seriously anymore. Yi Yuan's Origin Divinity attack was so formidable, it meant that he could disregard the disparity in realm and kill Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses. The factions that he took great pains to nurture could crumble at any time. Not only that, Zhao Ding said in a solemn voice, he also has a Grade 2 Grand Mist treasure in his hands. SMAs, HI, plussing the Grand Chaos Heavenly Gate formation with 3 hits. His fleshy body already reached half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven too. It's just that his divine essence realm doesn't seem to be stable enough yet. I feel that he might be using us as practice. A Jade Sovereign Heaven using Saint Sovereign Heavens to practice? Li Changsheng felt a little headache. He thought that this boy was already dead back then. Who knew that not only did he not die, he became even more troublesome after returning. If he was just an ordinary alchemy path genius, then forget it. But Yi Yuan was not only heaven-defying in alchemy Dao. His martial Dao was also unbelievably monstrous. This kind of opponent, anyone would feel a big headache. After a long time, Li Changxing snorted coldly and said, "Using Saint Exalt Heavens to practice? Humph. Does he really think that this Exalt is made of paper paste?" Half a month later, at the Pill Alliance's bright sun branch, deep in the night, Yi Yuan disposed of the mountain-guarding disciples silently. Pa S said through the Grand Chaos Heavenly Gate formation and entered the Mountain Pa S gates. Bright Sun Branch's Alliance chief was called Gua Huai, a middle-stage Lower Saint Sovereign Heaven. His strength could not be underestimated. Through the previous fight, Yi Yuan discovered that in the same rank, the Pill Alliance's Saint Sovereign Heavens were much stronger than Saint Exalt Waycloud them all. This made Yi Yuan become curious about the Pill Alliance's origins. Mi Tian said that the Origin Divinity mystic art that Lin Zhongwei cultivated was called Vajra Dharma body. This level of Origin Divinity mystic art, only the 33 Heavens top sect would have it. Although this defense mystic art was not as good as Divine Emergence, Yi Yuan's cultivation realm was too low. He really could not breach the other party's origin divinity defenses. It was also that Lin Zhongwei was too weak. If it was Zhao Ding, the effect of the origin divinity attack would be negligible. This made Yi Yuan greatly surprised. The rain-clear continent was isolated from the world. Even the alchemy development was lagging extremely behind. How could such a high-level origin divinity mystic art appear? Connecting it to the Pill Alliance's true grade, heavenly pills again. Yi Yuan guessed that this Pill Alliance's alliance chief, Li Changsheng, probably came from a top sect outside of the rain-clear continent. If that was the case, then the faction behind the Pill Alliance was extremely terrifying. Of course, no matter how terrifying, it could not change Yi Yuan's determination to seek vengeance too. The Pill Alliance must be destroyed. Yi Yuan displayed spatial rule all the way, fumbling towards the main hall. The transmission array was set up there. In the Marshall Secure branch, Yi Yuan's goal was not to kill people, but to figure out the location of the transmission array. Since the various major branches were built uniformly, the rough construction was naturally about the same. Especially transmission array, this kind of important thing, it was definitely placed in the safest place. Where was the safest? It was naturally the main hall. This place had powerhouses plentiful, like clouds. The Alliance chief was here too. It was simply impossible for ordinary people to want to grope their way to the transmission array. But by displaying spatial rule and borrowing the cover of the night, Yi Yuan fumbled his way in easily. Carefully sing through one restriction after another, Yi Yuan finally found where the transmission array was at. There were 4 Jade Sovereign Heavens waiting in full battle array ahead, standing guard over the transmission array. Yi Yuan laughed lightly, and his origin divinity suddenly erupted. True soul explosion. 4 Jade Sovereign Heavens virtually died at the same time. However, this eruption immediately triggered the restriction too. Who is it? To dare trace Ba. S, my bright sun branch. Guo Huai roared, reaching in a blink of an eye. However, it was already too late. Boom. The myriad realms mountain smashed straight towards the transmission array. The spatial sageway collapsed in an instant. Guo Huai rushed over, only to see a wrecked transmission array, and could not help turning greatly pale with fright. You're Yi Yuan. Guo Huai looked at Yi Yuan with a look of fright. Yi Yuan grinned and said, "Relax, I won't use origin divinity attacks to kill you. Come, practice with me." Guo Huai's expression turned cold, and he said with a sneer, "You want to borrow my hands to consolidate your realm? Ho, do you really think that Saint Sovereign Heavens are roadside cabbages?" Heaven-breaking divine saber. His voice had yet to fade when Guo Huai suddenly launched a sneak attack, cleaving over with a saber. This saber was swift to the extreme. Furthermore, the saber in his hand was even a grand missed treasure. In an instant, Yi Yuan felt that all of his paths of retreat had been sealed off. At this moment, Yi Yuan felt a powerful pressure. This Guo Huai's saber intent already reached the realm of great Tao transformation. Sure enough, the Pill Alliance's Saint Sovereign Heavens all had extraordinary strength. However, this was also precisely what he requested. Right away, the Dragon Spring sword emerged with a howl and directly greeted, without retreating in the slightest, Jade Sovereign Heaven versus Saint Sovereign Heaven. Boom! The terrifying undulation directly blew the entire main hall up. The Berserk Heaven and Earth spiritual energy startled the entire bright sun branch awake. Enemy attack. Alliance Chief is fighting with the enemy. And then, why is the opponent a Jade Sovereign Heaven? He's Yi Yuan. So strong. This guy is just Jade Sovereign Heaven, and he's actually fighting with Alliance Chief until neither can get the upper hand. For a moment, Bright Sun Branch was shaken from top to bottom. They had never seen it before. A Jade Sovereign Heaven could actually fight fiercely with a Saint Sovereign Heaven. But today they witnessed it. The Dragon Spring Sword turned into 108 flying swords at this moment, forming into an incomparably sharp sword formation. And Gua Huai did not show weakness in the slightest, his unrestrained blade dancing until it was airtight. The two people went back and forth, and actually directly blew the main peak up, places that they pas said through. The Pill Alliance's disciples were directly ground up by the force. They were unable to intervene in this level of battle at all. Gua Huai's strength was extremely robust. It looked like they were meeting as equals, but in reality, he was suppressing Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's sword intent was suppressed by Gua Huai's crazed saber intent until he could not catch his breath. It was also that Gua Huai was certain that he would die that caused him to erupt with an even greater combat power. He knew that once Yi Yuan used Origin Divinity attacks, he would only have one road: death. Rather than that, he might as well do everything in his power to suppress the opponent. What if the other party fumbled and got split into two by him? However, fighting with Yi Yuan, he was incomparably shocked in his heart. His great Tao transformation was just one law transformation. Furthermore, it stopped at the third form. But Yi Yuan's three laws transformation was actually already cultivated to late-stage fourth form. It was also precisely by relying on this that Yi Yuan was fighting with him until neither could gain the upper hand. Gua Huai mused, once Yi Yuan broke through to Saint Sovereign Heaven, then how horrifying would his combat power be? Chapter 2770, Sudden Idea. Chapter 2770, Sudden Idea. The more Gua Huai fought, the more alarmed he became. It was because he detected that Yi Yuan's cultivation realm was becoming more and more consolidated. This guy's adaptability in the middle of battle was a little too formidable. Cultivation realm consolidating. Yi Yuan's sword formation became more and more solid. Previously, Gua Huai's saber intent could still suppress Yi Yuan, but now the two of them were really evenly matched. In fact, Yi Yuan already had faint signs of breaking through and gradually turned around to suppress him. This rate of improvement was simply outrageous to hear. Ho-hu, you seem to be unable to suppress anymore. Yi Yuan said with a light laugh. The imposing aura on his body grew stronger and stronger. Gua Huai was already unable to resist anymore. Gua Huai's expression changed, and he said in horror, You're going to break through? Yi Yuan smiled and said, To you guys, maybe breaking through to Saint Sovereign Heaven is an extremely difficult thing. But to me, it's merely something that will happen without effort. Now, I'm already at grand completion Jade Sovereign Heaven. Only this last step is missing. Above the void, the wind and clouds were already starting to fluctuate. Signs of a breakthrough had already begun. The shock in Gua Huai's heart could not be any greater. He had never seen before a genius who broke through to Saint Sovereign Heaven so easily. Saint Sovereign Heaven was a Ma's sieve hurdle. Even if one's talent was exceptional, they also needed sufficient ACCU, mutations before they could break through. But Yi Yuan did not need it at all. But right at this time, Yi Yuan's expression suddenly changed. A huge crisis surged in Yi Yuan's heart. At the same time, Gua Huai's face revealed a look of greater shock than just now. It was because he felt it too. How is this possible? You're actually going to transcend tribulation already? Gua Huai cried out involuntarily. Yes. In that instant just now, he felt the aura of Saint Sovereign Tao Tribulation. Yi Yuan actually triggered the Saint Sovereign Tao Tribulation at the juncture of breakthrough. This was simply inconceivable. The condition for Saint Sovereign Tao tribulations to trigger was normally all calculated in years. Some people could only trigger it once every 10,000 years, but others could trigger it once every few thousand years. And the shorter the time indicated, the greater the potential of this person. Saint Sovereign, it had never been heard of that someone triggered the Saint Sovereign Tao tribulation when breaking through to Saint Sovereign Heaven. Guo Huai felt like he was almost suffocating. Just what kind of a monster did the Pill Alliance provoke? Suddenly, Yi Yuan's figure swayed, and he stopped the fight. Guo Huai looked toward Yi Yuan, fearful to the extreme. This guy was simply a human-shaped monster. Yi Yuan, who withdrew from battle, his aura suddenly stopped skyrocketing, as if being forcibly nipped in the bud. Guo Huai's pupils constricted, and he said with a cold smile, "Yi Yuan, you're afraid. Triggering the Saint Sovereign Tao tribulation when breaking through is unprecedented. Your Saint Sovereign Tao tribulation must be very horrifying." Yi Yuan looked at Guo Huai and said with a smile, "You're thinking too much. I suppress my realm, not because I'm scared of the Saint Sovereign Tao tribulation. It's just that I feel that this isn't the place to break through." Guo Huai laughed loudly and said, "It's useless. Your talent has evoked heaven's jealousy. No matter where you break through, heavenly Tao will kill you." Yi Yuan was indifferent and said with a smile, "Guo Huai, you brought people to destroy Shangyu Heavenly Sect back then, slaughtering more than 5,000 people in Shangyu Heavenly Sect. Your sins are heinous. Originally, I was planning on directly killing you, but now I've changed my mind." Guo Huai's expression changed, secretly thinking that things were bad, but only to feel his head buzz, and he was dazed. Arg! When Guo Huai woke up, he could not help crying out in pain. Yi Yuan already crippled his cultivation. Back then, Yi Yuan saved many martial secure heavenly sect disciples with the 100 poison formation, letting many disciples escape with their lives. But Shangyu Heavenly Sect did not have Yi Yuan. They got surrounded by the Pill Alliance, and their entire sect was Ma's sacred, blood flowing like rivers. And the main culprit was Guo Huai. Yi Yuan naturally would not select targets at random. If he wanted to destroy the branches, he would also find the people who took action back then. Firstly, it was a probe. Secondly, it was also to avenge the 5 heavenly sections. The battle back then was really incomparably tragic. No, it should be that it was a one-sided Ma's saker. Guo Huai was one of the executioners. Guo Huai's eyes turned bloodshot from anger, his eyes full of resentment as he let out a wild laugh and said, "Yi Yuan, your talent is too terrifying, evoking heaven's jealousy. You'll definitely die. Even if you torment me, it won't change this fact too." Yi Yuan looked at Guo Huai and said with a smile, "Is that so? Then I'll give you a chance and let you see me being killed by the Saint Sovereign Tao tribulation. However, if I go to the Pill Alliance and lure a bunch of Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses, and then I break through to call down the Saint Sovereign Tao tribulation, don't you think that it will be very interesting?" When Guo Huai heard that, his entire body could not help trembling. This guy was insane. Yi Yuan's Saint Sovereign Tao tribulation would definitely be extremely terrifying. If he broke through in the crowd, it would be equivalent to a moving bomb. The consequences were too ghastly to contemplate. You lunatic! Your Saint Sovereign Tao tribulation, if you prepare adequately, there's still a glimmer of hope. But if you really do this, you'll definitely die without a doubt." Guo Huai said fearfully. Yi Yuan could not help laughing when he heard that and said, "Whether or not I die, you'll know when the time comes." Finished saying, Yi Yuan carried the dead dog like Guo Huai and left the bright sun branch. Very soon, a piece of news that shocked the 5 great heavenly regions spread. The heavens chosen of his generation, Yi Yuan destroyed the bright sun branch with his power alone. Bright sun branches, Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses, all were exterminated. Bright sun branches Alliance Chief, Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouse Guahuai, was captured alive by Yi Yuan, his whereabouts unknown. What was even more shocking was that Yi Yuan was actually not a Saint Sovereign Heaven yet. This news is fake, right? How can a Jade Sovereign Heaven possibly defeat Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses? Yeah, this is also exaggerated too ridiculously. If you say that Yi Yuan was powerful and escaped from Guohuai's hands, I still believe it. But to say that Yi Yuan captured Guohuai alive, I don't believe it even if you beat me to death. What do you know? In the great battle that day, there were thousands of Pill Alliance disciples watching the fight. Yi Yuan killed all of the Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses, but gave the other disciples a way out. Everyone present can testify. There's still this matter, but how is this possible? For some time, the people were all talking about this, especially the various major heavenly sects that were being ruled by the Pill Alliance. Their thoughts started stirring at this time. Finally, someone started provoking the Pill Alliance. These few years, they lived like dogs. There was finally someone who started to resist. Furthermore, the resistance was even so sharp. One had to know, destroying a branch. This was absolutely a tremendous blow to the Pill Alliance, especially a Saint Sovereign Heaven. This was not some cabbage. Each Saint Sovereign Heaven was a strategic power. One death had a great impact on the battle situation. In a secret place in True Yang Heavenly Domain, a group of Saint Sovereign Heavens was gathered here. Saint Exalt Waycloud laughed loudly and said, "Ha ha, invigorating, invigorating. That overweeningly arrogant Pill Alliance finally has someone to take care of them. Younger brother Yi is quiet when not making a move, but the moment he took action, it amazed the world with a single brilliant feat." Saint Exalt Pill Alliance said, "Well, why isn't some random Tom, D, I, C, K, or Harry? His strength can rank in the top 3 among the Pill Alliance's lower Saint Sovereign Heavens. Younger brother Yi can actually capture him alive with his power alone." But Saint Exalt Skyfortune frowned and said, "But why didn't younger brother Yi kill him immediately? Also, he hasn't come to inform us until now. Could it be that he's planning on destroying the Pill Alliance by himself?" Saint Exalt Purple Sun shook his head and said, "I heard that younger brother Yi raided Bright Sun Branch in order to consolidate his realm. It looks like he's planning to break through to Saint Sovereign Heaven first. However, with his combat power, after breaking through to Saint Sovereign Heaven, he might not be unable to fight with that Li Changsheng. But I'm very curious. What on earth is he planning to do by capturing Guohuai alive? I keep feeling that he's going to do something unexpected." Chapter 2771, Fighting Against Zhao Ding. Chapter 2771, Fighting Against Zhao Ding. Is Guohuai a pig? A living person actually fumbled until he reached the transmission array, and Guohuai didn't even discover him. Within the Pill Alliance's main hall, Li Changsheng appeared somewhat exasperated. With the transmission array being destroyed, they were unable to support in time, no matter how fast they were. By the time they rushed to Bright Sun Branch, there was only a dilapidated mountain pass. S-Gate left there already. Bright Sun Branch being leveled to the ground. This was not just the loss of a branch. The greater significance was affecting the rule of the Pill Alliance. It was not that the 5 great heavenly regions did not have Saint Sovereign Heavens. It was just that these people were all deterred by the Pill Alliance's might and did not dare to take any action. That was all. But now, Yi Yuan's face-slapping action already shook the foundation of the Pill Alliance's rule. Once danger erupted all round, it would not be easy to control. Below, a group of Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses were silent like cicadas in winter, not daring to make a sound. Each and every one of them was extremely shocked too. No one expected that Yi Yuan could actually fumble his way to where the transmission array was located without a sound. One had to know, in this process, Yi Yuan had to face the mountain-protecting Grand Array, had to face countless patrolling powerhouses, and even had to face many trigger restrictions. Any slip-ups, and it would be impossible to accomplish. Yet Yi Yuan did it. Search for me. Even if you dig 3 feet below the ground, you also have to find this punk for this chief. Li Changsheng said, with a cold yell, this General Alliance, that brat is all alone by himself and also proficient in spatial rule. He can't be found at all. After that boy destroyed the Bright Sun branch, he completely vanished. We've already sent people out, but there isn't any news at all. The one who spoke was the Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouse that was in charge of the Pill Alliance's information gathering. He also had a massive headache now. Yi Yuan destroyed the Bright Sun branch all alone by himself. Randomly burrowing into some mountain or forest, it would be like searching for a needle in a haystack for them. Unless Yi Yuan willingly exposed himself. Otherwise, they had no way of taking action at all. Li Changsheng's expression turned cold, and he said in a solemn voice, "Then you all stay in the transmission array, Pa. Sage ways for me. As long as that punk shows his face, everyone immediately provides assistance. If there are any more accidents, you all will be held accountable." A month later, Yi Yuan's figure appeared in the sky above Marshall Secure Branch again. He was even carrying the dead dog-like Guohuai in his hand. In this 1 month's time, Yi Yuan had been preparing to transcend the tribulation. He had confidence in transcending the tribulation, but he must prepare amply. Little b, A-S-T-A-R-D, see if you still don't die this time. Guohuai had blood in his mouth as he laughed miserably. In this 1 month, he had been by Yi Yuan's side. That sort of vague sense of danger made him close to despair. Even he, this outsider, felt the horrifying crisis. It went even more, without saying for Yi Yuan himself. Bang! Yi Yuan ignored him and directly threw Guohuai to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. He even conveniently sealed his throat, making him unable to speak. "Zhao Ding, come out and prepare to die." Yi Yuan shouted loudly. Swaz. H. Plus Zhao Ding appeared in front of Yi Yuan right away. Seeing Guohuai's miserable appearance, the corners of Zhao Ding's mouth could not help twitching slightly. Guohuai was very strong. Breaking through to Middle Saint Sovereign Heaven in the future was virtually a sure bet. Now, he was actually directly crippled. Yi Yuan, you actually still dare to come? Zhao Ding said in a solemn voice. Is there anywhere in this world that I don't dare to go to? Since I came once, I naturally dare to come a second time. What can you do to me? Yi Yuan said coolly. Zhao Ding smiled coldly and said, in front of this exalt, you can only cover your head and scurry away. You're merely a gutless coward. Yi Yuan was goading Yi Yuan, buying time. During this period of time, all the Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses had been guarding beside the transmission arrays. When he came out just now, he had already sent the news out. Right now, all of the Pill Alliance's Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses were currently gathering over here. As long as Yi Yuan was surrounded, even if he had exceedingly formidable abilities, he would definitely die beyond a doubt too. Yi Yuan seemed to be unable to stand the goading and said with a cold smile, "Such a clumsy goading technique. Do you think that I can't tell? Hoo-hoo, today I'll fight with you." So what if Middle Saint Sovereign Heaven? Zhao Ding laughed loudly when he heard that and said, "Brat, you dare to face this exalt head-on. This exalt will kill you in 10 exchanges." Facing Yi Yuan, he did not dare to shoot his mouth off either. Yi Yuan's movement technique was too fierce. Even in a frontal battle, he could forget about killing Yi Yuan in a few moves. To be able to make Zhao Ding say such words, the martial secure branch also exclaimed in amazement at Yi Yuan's strength. One had to know Jade Sovereign Heavens were like ants in front of a Middle Saint Sovereign Heaven. However, seeing that Yi Yuan did not have the intention of escaping, Zhao Ding was overjoyed in his heart. This brat really had no idea of death or danger. There was no need to have too many. As long as 5 Saint Sovereign Heavens arrived, even if Yi Yuan had spatial rule, he could forget about escaping too. Zhao Ding was secretly rejoicing, but Guo Huai in front of the mountain Pa S gates was struggling endlessly. He wanted to inform Zhao Ding to hurry up and retreat, but he struggled until his face turned completely red, and he could not speak either. At present, he was already a cripple. No one from the Pill Alliance came to acknowledge him. He could only be anxious but unable to do anything. Ho-hoo, is that so? Zhao Ding, you and I have a deep enmity like the sea. Today I'll kill you in front of Martial Secure's Mountain Pa S gates to pay homage to the Martial Secure Heavenly Sex dead souls that had Pa S set on. Yi Yuan had his palm out. The Myriad Realms mountain already appeared in his hand. Feeling the powerful undulations coming off of the Myriad Realms mountain, Zhao Ding revealed a solemn expression too. Swuz. H. Plus Yi Yuan was not long-winded either, arriving not far from Zhao Ding with a flash, his movement technique even faster than thought. True soul explosion. Yi Yuan roared loudly, casting an Origin Divinity attack straight away. Buzz. Zhao Ding was on guard long ago and already activated the Vajra Dharma body, but even so, his Origin Divinity still felt the explosion-like attack, his entire person coming to a standstill for an instant. What Yi Yuan wanted was this instant. At this time, the Myriad Realms mountain in his hand had already ACCU Mulat momentum and was awaiting release. At the first moment he executed the Origin Divinity attack, it smashed toward Zhao Ding. After a momentary lapse, an intense sense of crisis welled up in Zhao Ding's heart. Virtually instinctively, he escaped into the void. Boom. The place where Zhao Ding was standing, the void exploded. The terrifying undulation shocked the Martial Secure Branch's disciples until they fell flat on their backs. And at the same time, Yi Yuan's expression changed greatly too, an extremely dangerous aura coming from behind. He immediately escaped into the void without turning his head back. Bang! The place where Yi Yuan was standing exploded with a loud bang. Yi Yuan tasted sweetness in his throat and immediately spurted a mouthful of fresh blood, already sustaining serious injuries. A jade ornament emitted a faint light in Zhao Ding's hand. This jade ornament was precisely a grand mist treasure. Zhao Ding had long already hidden the jade ornament in the void in order to plot against Yi Yuan. After Yi Yuan came over, he suddenly launched a sneak attack. Fortunately, Yi Yuan's reaction was extremely fast. Otherwise, he would have directly kicked the bucket with this. However, Zhao Ding felt awful too. His aura was very disorderly. Clearly, he had suffered light injuries too. Even if he evaded the Myriad Realms mountain's blow, the power of a Grade 2 Grand Mist treasure transmitted into the void too, injuring Zhao Ding. It was just that the two people's realms were different. Their defensive strength naturally had a great disparity too. In the time it took for sparks to fly off a piece of flint, the two people exchanged a blow. They were evenly matched,